All right, we're back. We're going to talk about it. Oh, we going to talk about it. We ain't going to be about it. We're going to talk about it. Because normally you don't just want to talk about it. You want to be about it. But today we're not going to be about it. We're just going to talk about it. What is it, you ask? Well, we're talking today about the wireless body area network. That is the technical integration between your flesh. It's like all this here and the internet. So I give people a few minutes to hop on in. Good night, I guess. Good morning, depending on where you at. But yeah, you know, I went live about this a few days ago, and I've gotten a lot of really good feedback from that live. And so I figured I'd come on and kind of explain a little bit. There were a few questions that I kept getting that I'm going, okay, I think I can probably distill this down a little stronger or a little simpler. But I'd love to hear some questions and some things. Marianne, you're very welcome. So with that said, you know, last time we went over my little chart. So for anybody who didn't see the previous live streams where I spoke about this subject, I'll quickly do a quick recap. If this is boring or new to you, or you're kind of like heard it before, bear with me for a second, because I think a lot of people just don't know about this. Now, a little bit of backstory, just really quick, like why I became so interested in this. I was a nerd, right? I'm a self-avowed nerd. So there was a time in my youth where, I mean, computers and taking the computers apart and putting back together and like writing apps and like, you know, all that was right up my alley. And sometime in my 20s, I kind of flipped that into a slightly more creative, practical application of using technology to do art, video editing, and things relating to that industry. But my original major, when I first entered the engineering college, North Carolina State University, where I went to university, was for computer science. Then I matriculated into a separate major called telecommunications, mass communication. So things related to radio frequencies, telecom, and computer science was always not only what I was interested in, but it did happen to be what I was technically formally trained in. Flash forward, what are we, almost like 20 years, 18 years or so? And I get introduced to the work of an individual who began to unlock for me how the pharmaceutical, electrical, and engineering industries have really been working. I mean, there's other industries, but, you know, primarily those have been working in conjunction with one another to bring about what we've all heard referred to as the Internet of Bodies and the Internet of Things. Now, as a kid, I always knew the ARPANET, the ARPANET, the ARPANET was the military kind of incubator to the Internet. And at a certain point, Tim Berners-Lee and a couple of people from MIT and Berkeley and Stanford and, you know, some other places got together and created the public side of what we now refer to as the Internet. This was in the 80s. And then sometime in the 90s, it became kind of widely available. And in the 2000s is when I think everybody really got broadband kind of more ubiquitously. I remember in high school, we had, I think, like AOL or like Netscape. I forget exactly who the internet service provider was, but I think it was just DSL through the phone line. And my buddy Steven, his dad worked in computer analytics, so they had sprung for Time Roadrunner, right? This was Roadrunner. It was a megabyte per second. That was fast, man. That means you could download a whole song in like 10 seconds. That was like unheard of at the time. And I remember going to college, and the college had a T1 line, which was like way faster than some DSL and some cable modem. All my nerds will know what I'm talking about. All the non-nerds, stick with me. Then I graduated, then just as time went on, internet would get faster. I kind of lost a little bit of the nerd interest in that detail up until very recently, when I was introduced to the work of someone who essentially is saying, hey, from the ARPANET to the internet of things, to the internet of bodies, to wireless, 3G, 4G, 5G, this has been kind of one linear progression, and it's not simply isolated commercial companies looking to give you faster internet. This is a centralized bedrock layer known as the ARPANET. I always knew about the ARPANET, y'all. I knew about it. ARPANET, the ARPANET. I always knew about it as the precursor to the internet. What I still do, Trimorphic, we will go live sometime, I promise you. What I always knew, however, or what I always was told, was that the ARPANET was simply the incubator. It was just the practice internet until the internet went live. What I later learned more recently is that no. The ARPANET, which was the Department of Defense's incubator, is the internet, is the bedrock to the internet. It is the centralization for everything that's decentralized on top of that. It all flows through the ARPANET and back out. And so it was a bit of like, oh, wow, okay, I mean, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But what really blew my lid was when I learned how the bio-integration of the internet was really about perfecting and miniaturizing the tools needed to connect an electrical being, you and me, into this electrical system. And essentially, once the Ethernet plug is plugged in, the internet still functions how it always did. Only now it's being run and processed through human resources. So it was one of those, like, it took me a minute to be like, okay, hold on now. So you're telling me that everything about how the internet ever once was from its inception up until now is just, it's over here. And all they really needed to figure out how to do was get the data in and out and get it translated into biosignals and then back out of biosignals into, I guess, binary code. And at that point, you just connect the two. Like, I wish I had like an Ethernet plug up here. Like, they're all down touch, but you just kind of click, you just connect it right in, and then boom, you got the same internet functioning with the same internet protocol. And here we are. So if I hit you with some terms, you know, I don't want to make it too nerdy, because I did have a couple people who were like, okay, but like, explain it like I'm 5. And I get that. So I do understand that people will watch this, and some people will fully understand what these terms, TCP, IP, you know, telemetry, all these type of nerd terms. And then other people are kind of more like, okay, I'm just going to listen, because some of these words I'll probably catch. IP. You know what you've heard of an IP address, right? IP, Internet Protocol. That's what it stands for. Communism on step. Internet protocol. So the protocol by which computers agree to talk to each other is the internet protocol. And what I was explaining in my first 2 lives is the fact that this internet of bodies, I have now come to fully confirm, is already live. This is not a statement of the future. This is not a desire of the future. This is a present reality. This is already happening. It's just kind of like the internet was in the 90s. You know, log in. Beep, 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 beep. Y'all remember it. And then if you had AOL, like most people did, welcome. If your volume was super high up, you're trying to log on the internet and didn't want nobody to know, welcome, you've got mail. So if you can recall how the concept in the ubiquitousness, what's the noun of ubiquity? I don't know. The ubiquitousness of the internet today it was not quite like it was in the 90s, meaning you could walk into a Blockbuster and while you were checking out, you would see a little CD-ROM sitting on the counter with the AOL latest version. So you can just happen to grab you an AOL and stick it in your CD-ROM drive and maybe install it. But it wasn't this kind of like, it's on my watch, it's on my phone, it's in my ear, it's just everywhere. Now it's kind of more everywhere. And if you can imagine that these systems have always been designed and funded and developed with one goal in mind, and that is to connect and interconnect everyone so that data processing can happen on human bodies and not physical machines, because the human body is an electrical machine that happens to be incredibly powerful. Billions of processing cells in your body, billions of locations to store data if they choose to store it via DNA. And this is actually what is happening. They have begun the shift of transitioning the internet and the flow of the internet onto human bodies. So I'm going to speak a little bit more nerdy than I did last time in the first two discussions on this topic, but I'm also going to kind of like reel it back and keep it simple for my other folk who are like, don't leave me hanging on Nerd Island. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. So, okay. Last time I showed this chart. Now this is backwards, and you know what I should have done? I started to like photocopy this and just invert it so that I could just hold it like this and it could be right up. But I'll flip the camera just in case you're new and you didn't see what I was talking about last week. Okay, so I just drew this little wheel and I wanted to focus mostly on what was happening in this wheel and in this wheel because they're very, very much interconnected. In fact, all of these are very interconnected, but these two in particular are what we're focusing on today. Juniper Honey, ask that question in the question box. It's a fantastic question. If they store data in DNA, what happens to the data when the person dies? It disappears is the answer, but they work with redundancy on top of redundancy on top of redundancy. So yes, the data will disappear, but it's backed up like probably 50 times by then. But we are in this transition from a centralized system into a quote unquote decentralized system, from this present money system into this more crypto currency based, blockchain based money system, and from the present way that the internet processes on physical computer servers to the new way the internet is being processed on folks' bodies. And I'll explain how. So the reason I drew this wheel in this way is because between pharma, the educational sector, the entertainment sector, the politics and government sector, the tech sector, what we've been lied to about our history, the religions sector, as well as the food, and there's others, but I'm just concentrating on these. They have compartmentalized what's going on into these sections. So any expert in this section or this section or this section or this section is not really knowing what's really going on in these other sections. And therefore the compartmentalization is keeping this train moving in a direction that I don't think any human actually really wants it to be. That's why I'm here to talk about it. Because y'all know me, I ain't gonna just talk about what everybody else talking about. I'll let them talk about that. We here today to talk about what's really going on so that people can hopefully get informed and begin to educate themselves on the bigger context of what I think is going on, because for the most part, people are really just swinging in the dark. I'm detoxing. I got a pendant on. I got this amulet. I got a thing. I got a little Somavedic. I got this other mitigation device. I'm putting up, everybody wants to know solutions and what we can do about what's going on. Trimorphic, you nailed it. The Atma, right? That's how you pronounce your name. He nailed it. The Rockefellers have pushed compartmentalization. And I think that, we kind of were groomed into that, right? You go to history class and then the bell rings, you leave history, shut your history books, and then you go over to science class, right? 90 minutes later, the bell rings, and then boom, you're in math class. These are the beginnings of the conditioning of the compartmentalization, because any one of those subjects not in theory, in reality, intersects with all the rest of the subjects as it comes to the enslavement. I hate using enslavement as a word because it's so drippy with connotation. It's true, but like I'm going to use a different word just so that I don't trigger people emotionally unnecessarily. I want to keep this quite emotionless and really get into the tech of it. And so I'll use not enslavement, the hijacking and the borrowing of your red blood cells to process things that they're not supposed to process. So everybody, if you remember in biology class, your bone marrow, your cerebral spinal fluid, a couple other things work together, your stem cells, to generate new types of cells for your body, whether it's bone cells, blood cells, muscle fiber cells, brain cells, whatever. And your body's constantly going through this state of generation and death and regeneration and detox and then regeneration. So what's happening here is that there is a body part of ours that has been hijacked. Now, I spoke a lot about this in the earlier two lives, so I won't go too far into that depth because I'm going to kind of continue some of this, but this body part is known as our biofield. That's what the NIH calls it, right? Classically, it was called your aura, your chi, your prana, different cultures call it different things, and that's kind of more testimony to its reality. But the NIH calls it your biofield. So we'll be using the term biofield just for the clinical, technical manual of it all. And this biofield is an electromagnetically sensitive field that emits around you about 30 feet in all directions, kind of like a donut. It goes above you and below you, but it's kind of more out. And depending on who you ask, it has an extremely or slightly less, but still very important role in your immune system. If you ask me, it is quite equivalent to your gut feeling, to your sixth sense. In fact, that's why I think it's called and referred to as the sixth sense, because they simply just can't ignore it, but they also can't really let you know exactly what it is. So while you have an eye for your first sense called sight, and a nose for your second sense called smell, and a tongue for your third sense called taste, and some nerve endings for your fourth sense called touch, and some eardrums and audio cortex for your fifth sense called hearing, there is a sixth sense. Some people have asked, is it your pineal? Kinda. I don't believe that it's exclusively based on the pineal, but I do believe the pineal is kind of like an attenuator for the biofield, because the biofield is this kind of electric thing. Like, have you ever got spooked? Like, been either in the dark or in a scary haunted situation, or even maybe just watching a movie, right? And the hair on the back of your neck stands up, or the hair on your arm stands up, or you get goosebumps. When you see the goosebumps and you see your hair stand up, that is evidence of your biofield reacting. It seems mystical because it's invisible, but it is as non-mystical as wireless internet and 3G or 4G or 5G internet today. Morphin, we should schedule like a whole. We got so many things to discuss because we've been talking about going live for years. So we gotta like tally it up so we can knock all the different things out that we really want to discuss. But you have an etheric body, an electric body, a physical body, probably a spiritual body. At least three. But the parts that I'm talking about today are the parts that you can't see. And these are the parts that I believe that they have significantly hidden from our education system, specifically so that they can use this for computing in a global, I call it synthetic omnipresence, right? God is omnipresent. God is omniscient. God is omnipotent. If you're trying to pretend like you is God, you're going to need something to at least halfway get you to this synthetic omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence. And that's what I believe that this larger endeavor is. I do believe it's being spearheaded by the American Department of Defense, but I'm someone who believes that at the top layer of things, no military is at odds with another military. I believe above the government level and at the top of and above the military level exists the brotherhood and banking level. And the banking level has boards of directors and godfathers that they have to answer to for certain things. And those godfathers are interested in coalescing humans against their will. I believe that the last 4 to 5 years should be plenty of proof of that. So the biofield is this body part that has been hidden from our awareness, given all these kind of like pseudo-ish scientific terms, colloquially referred to as the sixth sense, the gut feeling, the spidey sense, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, if you're Pentecostal. Whoever, pick a subculture, it's got a name for it. It just can't be called what it is. You see what I mean? And what is happening is I believe people are starting to feel the effects of it, and they're starting to just look at the lies we've been told. I think COVID just really soured everybody's taste buds for being lied to. So you're looking at all these lies and you're kind of like, okay, I don't know what's going on. I just know y'all lying. Okay. I don't know what y'all talk about, but I know y'all lying. I think most people are there, but the first half of that is I don't quite know what's going on, but, right? I think the what's going on is this internet of bodies that is already live, and people are already feeling the effects, and they are calling it everything but what it is. Long COVID. They're calling it, an injury from the thoinks. Now, those are real. I'm not here to diminish that. I'm just saying this was not just to kill you. I don't believe. I've kind of updated my thinking on exactly what the thoinks was really here for. And I don't believe that it was here just to kill you. I believe that mad scientists do mad science. Science does actually benefit when there is a control group and an experimental group for any type of scientific experiment you're doing. If you ever happen to look into the control group and the experimental group for the emergency use authorization primary offerings, we'll just say, just to be nice, you will see that that was a joke of a clinical trial, and they unblinded their control group like a week and a half after the trial. But that's because the real clinical trial was the whole world, and the control group was everybody that didn't get it, and the experimental group was everybody that did. Okay? So the point, again, wasn't to kill you, but it was to simply take this network that they claim, not me, not Chris here, the Department of Defense, in their own terms and their own paperwork, already claims is live since 1995, commercial since 2005, global since 2012, and what they used to refer to as the Global Information Grid now has been referred to as the DODIN, the DODNet or DODIN, DODIN, since 2017. And I believe that what 2020 and 2021 in particular was about is about going from dial-up to broadband, about going from that AOL 1.0 to this AOL 2.0. And right now we're in the AOL 3.0, 4.0, it's going up and up and up from there. So if anybody remembers when COVID first started, all the towers that were going up, right? Yeah, I remember you couldn't even say the word at the time. I mean, now I can say I have 5G cellular service and I don't get deleted just for saying 5G. At the time, you couldn't even mention the word. And even though I was smart enough to know, okay, this is clearly related, but you can't boil it just down to just being about 5G. I knew it was kind of like something adjacent to that. Since then and over time, what I've learned is the towers seem to play fill an important gap in the chain from the satellites. We're not going to get into what a satellite really is. Let's just say the way they tell us satellites work ain't really the way they work. However, there does exist apparatuses in the far upper atmosphere that relay information from ground-based antennas and radios that beam it up and then beam it back down. And in that regard, can you can be way over here, can send something up to the upper edge of things and then back down, and it can end up way over here in a way that's sometimes a little bit more efficient than the fiber optic cable that simply just goes under the ocean like most of the internet works today. So the aim is to transition the backbone of the internet onto what they call the cyber physical backbone. The remote PHY, the physical layer of the backbone. So just so that I can make it clear to you what the internet backbone is. Somebody said, does any of the physical apparatus do anything, or is it only belief and spells? Oh, it does something, and it ain't just belief. It's electronic. Like if a defibrillator, right? If you flatline and you die, or you croak out, and an ambulance comes to rescue you, and the thing that they're putting on, not on your chest, like they're putting half of it behind technically your heart and the other half in front of your heart. Clear. Why are they saying clear? Because if you touching the person when they hit the button, you're going to get shocked. Why does the defibrillator either plugged in or got a battery? Because it's electric. Boom. Your chest, right? And you resuscitate someone from death who's flatlined by introducing electricity to them. So I'm giving you these little kind of basic duh moments so you can start to connect, like, okay, yeah, we're electric, and maybe there's something to the fact that we're a little bit more electric than has been let on. And maybe, just maybe, where the electric nature of our bodies is manipulatable by other external electronic stimuli. Now, I wish I had my tri-field meter up here. I don't actually. I think it's in the car. Yeah, I think it's downstairs. When you're scanning for something electric, okay, so let's just say I have a sine wave. Anything that I put out in an electrical pulse creates this negative space. Like as the frequency of the sine wave goes up in electricity, the negative space is reflective of a magnetic adjustment. Anything I introduce into a magnetic field, the negative space or the kind of counter reaction is electrical in nature. Things like quartz. I think I have some quartz up here. You have a piece of quartz right here. Here's a great example of a piece of quartz. Okay. Quartz is unique in that it has piezoelectric properties. Your body, your cerebral spinal fluid has piezoelectric properties. But quartz is unique where if you apply pressure, very firm pressure, much, much harder than I can actually put with my hands, the pressure will emit, thank you very much. I do like this piece. Got this from my sister. The pressure will emit something that is electrical in nature and measurably electric. Like you can actually put it up to a machine, put a vice grip on this thing, squeeze it, and you'll see piezoelectric electricity readout come out of this rock. This is literally just carbon, right? That's what they say, just pressurized over time. If you apply electricity to it, it begins to wiggle and vibrate and actually magnetically or slightly magnetically physically move. Now, it doesn't explode or get bigger, but there is a physical adjustment when electricity is applied, and there is a electrical adjustment when physical pressure is applied. So imagine that every little cell in your body is a tiny, tiny little, it's got some piezoelectricity going on up in the mix regarding how you work. When you take something that is acidic, like a lemon, and you do those little middle school experiments where you get the wiring, get the light bulb, you stick a lemon in the light bulb, and you power a light bulb with a lemon, the electricity in the acidity in the juice of the lemon is actually translating to measurable, visible light. It's kind of wild to see. But this is what is being hijacked and used against most people's will. Now, biohacking is a thing, right? And human augmentation is a thing, right? So there are people who fully know this and who fully have embraced this and who are fully trying to upgrade themselves, put the internet in their head and keep it moving. Cool. More power to you. I'm not interested in that, but I understand that some people are. So I'm here to talk today to the people who ain't interested in that, who may or may not even realize this is happening in real time. And the first thing that I want to, I guess, cover is this backbone of the internet, because for me, that was the big aha moment when I realized, because I already knew how the internet backbone worked, but what I didn't realize is how the cyber physical version of the internet backbone is working, until I asked someone much, much smarter than me, and she was nice enough to explain to me. So, okay, the internet backbone. Right now, if I were to go to my computer and I go and take my keyboard and I go www.whatever.com and I hit enter, what happens is a signal goes from that computer, either via Wi-Fi or Ethernet, to a modem in my house. And that modem is connected to a coaxial copper cable that runs to a relay point in my neighborhood. And that relay point is connected directly to what's called a DNS server. And that DNS server is a fancy box, usually, or computer system that has a record that's constantly updated on exactly which URLs associate to which IP addresses. So if I say, let's just use Facebook just for basics. If I go to facebook.com, hit enter. Well, Facebook has an IP address associated with. Think of it like a giant Excel spreadsheet with probably billions, trillions at this point of cells that have, here's the text, the URL, and here's the associated IP address. You hit enter, and that DNS server says Facebook is this IP address, and then it makes a request to a computer at Facebook's servers at that IP address that says, hey, a new user would like the login screen. But in order to get to Facebook servers, it has to go over the internet backbone. Where is the internet backbone? It's quite physically a pipe, a literal pipe that runs through the middle of the country. It splinters off down to Florida and up to New York, goes through the Atlantic Ocean, goes over and through Europe, goes through Africa, goes through Asia, and all the way back around. It's literal physical tubes. There's documentaries on the History Channel that'll show you when they're dropping the pipes and the fiber optic cables down in the ocean to actually provide the transcontinental internet. It's very fascinating. But the physical backbone, so when it hits that DNS server, it will go to a relay point probably elsewhere in the city that will take it somewhere up the chain to the physical backbone that gets it across to Palo Alto or wherever Facebook's closest servers is. This is the whole reason they have servers in multiple locations around the country, so that it can actually physically get to the server quicker. I know Apple's iCloud server, the main one's in California, but they have another one here in North Carolina to support their East Coast clientele. But we're sticking with Facebook for the example. So you hit Facebook, eventually you get to one of Meta's computers, and the computer says, hi, what do you want? And you go, oh, I'm a new user, I want the login screen. It goes, great. And it sends you that facebook.com, enter your username, da-da-da. And all that happens, I mean, how quickly can you type facebook.com and hit enter and see something on the screen? It all happens in that amount of time. We're talking this computer downstairs to the modem, and we're talking wireless, right? To the modem, to the neighborhood, to the DNS server, get the right IP, to the relay point in the region, to the cyber physical backbone across town, all the way to California, to Facebook servers. Ding dong, hi, I need some information at this IP address. Okay, great, here's some information. All the way back across the internet backbone, back into my region, back into my neighborhood, back into my house, back into my upstairs Ethernet jack or wireless, and on my screen in under 1 second, half a second. What are we at now? Incredibly quick. But if you ask me, a computer like the one you see behind me is a simplified, dumbed down version of what a human body is capable of doing. Computers are very fast at very specific tasks, but ask it to do the broad amount of tasks that the human brain has to do, and it'll burn out and choke up constantly. Any of the servers that actually do house Facebook or Apple or any of these big tech companies will most often always be in underground or subterranean locations, and often in water, submerged in water, so that they can remain cool. because of how much heat is generated, by how much power is required to have billions of people from all over the world go to facebook.com, hit enter, and in 1 second, it's everything that they needed on the screen. And that's just the login screen. Never mind scrolling in your feed, never mind TikTok, just constantly loading videos wirelessly while you riding down the road at 50 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. It's hopping from network to network. All of this is having to go centralized through T-Mobile, Verizon servers, formerly Sprint, AT&T servers, Time Warner Cable servers, Cox, Xfinity, Spectrum, like whatever the ISP, internet service provider is, it's going through their centralized system and back out to the physical backbone. If you look at a flow chart for the internet, you will see at the bottom of these flow charts, PHY, that stands for the physical layer, the literal internet backbone. The point of the transition to the Internet of Bodies is to decentralize that flow of information to what they refer to as the remote PHY, the cyber physical backbone. And that cyber physical backbone is your butt cheeks and mine too. Ooh-wee. How about that? So how, Chris? How? But I don't understand, like how? Well, that's where we get into the biofield. Because the biofield is not in and of itself the computer. Your actual arm, your actual bone marrow, your actual red blood cells, those are the computers. The biofield is simply the input-output, the I/O. I've seen, please keep asking your questions, put them in the question box because I want to get to them. I just want to get through this first part and then I'll go and answer some more specific questions, but I'm missing some of the ones that keep going up in the comments. So by all means, please do ask your questions in the question box. So the shift is onto the remote PHY, the cyber physical backbone. That is this virtual version of the internet that is run off of nodes that exist within the human body. So the simple, and again, this is where I'm kind of like not get more technical. I'm gonna get a little less technical here for my non-nerds in the audience. The cyber physical backbone is executed by it's like the thing that blew my mind when I'm learning this is it's like the same as a normal computer. Like they're not doing anything than how they normally run the internet. They're just rephrasing the way the data moves, like rerouting it almost. Because I think in the current state, it's like still transitioning. It's not fully onto human bodies yet. In fact, when I asked the individual who probably knows more about this than almost anybody else talking on the internet, I said, "Excuse me, Miss Wallace, what do you actually think COVID was? I know what everybody else is talking about. I want to hear what you think it was." She was gracious enough to take 2 separate videos to answer my question. And her answer was, I believe COVID was a load balancing test. A load balancing test. And when she said that, I immediately knew what she meant because I studied this stuff 20 years ago in school. I already knew what load balancing was. I just had no idea they could do it on people's bodies. I knew what a load balancing test was on a server. I just didn't know that they can do it on people's bodies. So what is a load balancing test? This will help explain what the cyber physical backbone is. A load balancing test is, let's say, let's just use, we'll use Starlink, for example. Starlink probably underwent several load balancing tests before they went public. A load balancing test is, okay, we're routing things in this manner, right? The internet is flowing and it's going this way through these channels. But we want to expand the bandwidth. We want to give more pipes, more avenues for the data to travel. So we're going to shift some of the traffic into this other direction and just test how much of the load we can take in this new direction before we start to experience packet loss. That's the kind of like simplified term for, the data's not getting where it's supposed to be. The data packets are literally getting lost in the travel. Every company works overtime to avoid packet loss and interference and these things that kind of like make you're in, like you hit enter and then some code comes up on the screen. You're like, and you hit refresh and then the site looks fine. Some packet loss occurred, making the web browser not have the proper code to render your website properly. So it looks like gobbledygook for a second. And then you hit refresh, it requests the data again. The packet loss does not occur. And then the web browser renders the page properly. So now you can see your website. So a load balancing test is all about seeing how much of the internet traffic they can move from the conventional backbone to the cyber physical backbone. And I believe the relatively ubiquitous loss of taste and smell, general brain fog, general detox was people's bodies reacting to that load balancing test. And it affects everyone very differently. And the reason I say that is because of multiple factors. And this is all prior to the doink, doink, doink coming out, right? So we're talking about the disease itself. You know, they came up with this ridiculous bat and the pangolin story. Then they flipped it into the whole like lab leak story. But all of that is great because it keeps you off of what's really going on, which is like the internet running through your body. If you overlook what the symptoms of radiation poisoning are, they happen to literally be tit for tit, line for line, bullet for bullet, the exact same symptoms as what that Ronnie situation turned out to actually produce and manifest in people. Now, some people's bodies handle it better. Some people's bodies simply don't. Some people live in a zip code that was highly balanced, load balance tested. Other people live in a zip code that they weren't even trying to load balance test right now. Some people live very close to a cluster of people in a city who might have ingested or might have, for whatever zillions of variables reason, had more of the relay nodes in them and therefore proved to be the better avenue by which to send the internet data versus somebody who lived across town who simply just wasn't around that many people. If you lived out in an urban or rural environment, you probably weren't as included in the load balancing test as those who lived in an urban environment. So there is no rhyme or reason for who got affected to what degree in the test. I mean, there is a rhyme or reason. It's just kind of one of those you could never really know why unless you were on the backside of the test. So the physical layer of the internet is what most people consider a centralized point. It's centralized literally across about 10, maybe 20 companies. I mean, it used to probably be 50 companies, but it's dwindled down, right? T-Mobile bought Sprint, Cox and Spectrum bought up all these smaller internet service providers. So it's like less and less and less and less telecom companies. And those telecom companies are the centralized points at which internet data flows through. T-Mobile servers, Verizon servers, AT&T servers. What they're trying to do is decentralize that. Now, I understand that the concept of decentralization in a general sense has been painted with a very positive connotation. I just need people to understand that as far as the Internet of Bodies, it's still centralized at the ARPANET. Okay, the Internet has always been centralized at the ARPANET layer, which the remote or the physical layer is directly plugged into. And so any decentralization away from these 10 or 15 internet service provider ISPs is still centralized at the ARPANET layer. How about that, right? Just like them to sell us on some snake oil and then get us all hypity-doopity about it. So we'll get to like mitigation strategies and detoxing and stuff because you can't detox your own DNA. So while you can detox some of what they might have added to make this work a bit faster than it works naturally, and you can shield yourself away from some of what they're doing. Unless you're going to turn off your own DNA, you ain't turning off what they're doing. Now, again, I don't think it's like insta death for people. I just think there's some sort of in between and it's a moving target and we're all still learning and it's a scalar situation. Scalar simply meaning they're using multiple technologies at the same time for redundancy, like we talked about earlier. And once this whole metaverse, Internet of Things, cloud AI thing really takes off, that will be most likely once all the load balancing tests have kind of worked all the bugs out. and the whole system's live. I don't even think that they'll do away with the old machines right away, but they're going to sell it with their green initiative and all their green propaganda. Oh, look how much energy this consumes. Mining all this cryptocurrency is so energy inefficient. Don't you think they knew that before they actually put Bitcoin out? They already knew how inefficient the mining was, but the point is it's inefficient mining in the old way. The second you got 9 billion supercomputers mining it, it's not inefficient at all. So the load balancing test that we just endured under the false pretenses of a bat and a pangolin and a burrito in a wet market in China was about, in my firm belief, I can't confirm this, but I have been told this directly by, again, the person who knows a lot more about this than me, that she believed it was a load balancing test. And when she said that, I go, I hate that I know what you're talking about. And I hate that you're probably right, because I think that's exactly what it was. I think that people got bamboozled with something and they go, oh, I went to my aunt and uncle's house, or I went to my granny's and I caught something. You caught a series of data packets that asks your body to do something that your body was not designed to do. And your body goes, and it started to reject those signals. And you produce what's called a detox. Now, people have, where are we? Pharma, where is this industry has done a great job of rebranding a detox into being sick. Oh, you're sick. Oh, you're so sick. You need to go into that hospital where there's not a tree or leaf in sight, and there's so many EMFs and machines and electronic and magnetic radiation, not to mention the MRI machines and the CAT scans and the PET scans and the CT scans, the EKGs and the EEGs and all this. But you were encouraged to not go to these locations so that they can really test what they really wanted to test. And then if the load balancing test was just a bit too much for you to handle, come on into their super duper, EMF zone so that you can most likely be jacked into what they refer to as the medical body area network. So we spoke a little bit before about the WBAN. That's the wide body area network. This is not a theory. You can literally go to Wikipedia and type IEEE space WBAN, and you will be shown all the data, all the white papers, all the linkable information about what the wireless body area network is. You will be shown that the working group, it's called a working group, for the IEEE for the WBAN is 802.15.6, specifically for the WBAN. 802.15.4 is a lovely little Bluetooth, ain't it? Bluetooth, look at that, guys. A wireless mouse. I don't even have to have a cord anymore. How cool is that? 20 years later, it's like, oh, because you were trying to run the internet through my body. Okay, got it. Off, trash, now I know, right? But the wireless body area network is a series of protocols that allow for two major biosensors, one inner just above your heart and one just kind of in your pelvis area, that the Department of Defense claims is very much active since '95. How they got there, that's a whole separate conspiracy for a whole different day. But if you ask me, the childhood doink, doink, doinks was all about that. I think it started with the medical implant system, the whole pacemaker, that type of thing. I think later wearables became the kind of next step in the testing of that. Fitbits, Apple Watches, things like that. And then at which point cell phones, 3G, 4G, and 5G became bootstrappable to the Biofield. So bootstrapping is simply, instead of connecting straight from my Biofield to the internet, it's from my Biofield to my Bluetooth and my computer to the internet, or from my Biofield to my phone to the internet. That's what bootstrapping is. That is a part of what's called your WPAN, Wireless Personal Area Network. Yeah, the WPAN. The WPAN encompasses the WBAN and the M-band, the Medical Body Area Network. So as it turns out, they're creating an entire intra-body network for medical purposes. This does relate, if you ask me, to this whole like social distancing thing and this whole like we're going to put a tracker app on your phone thing. It's just like one step closer to the fact that they want to really track you directly, even without the phone. Again, all of this is disconnected and unrelated to the doink, doink, doink. So what they claim as of 2017, when I say they, I'm not speaking of a nebulous they, I'm specifically speaking of the American Department of Defense. And what they claim that since 2017, they have been able to introduce what they refer to as AI precision healthcare. So I had somebody on one of the comments on my other videos just ask me like, where do you think this is headed? What do you think this looks like for government and for leadership in the future? And that's a great question because the answer is AI. That's what it is. That's why all these ChatGPT, OpenAI, all this is coming out of nowhere, right on the heels of COVID, right? We were all in a giant pandemic. Everybody's broke. And then boom, ChatGPT just shows up out of nowhere. 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Wait, what? Like, who's developing this? You got this dude who was apparently a whistleblower for OpenAI just unalived himself in the middle of his lunch, right? Weird. But what's happening is this kind of clandestine transition, while on the surface of things, they are readily destabilizing the old systems. So if you ask me, all of these systems are about to go. Everybody don't trust this. Almost everybody sees that it's convenient, but it's like ruining our kids' eyeballs and brains, right? This is a giant lie, and we're all starting to see it, whether you're talking about the moon or the indigenous aboriginals or Tartari or any of that stuff. They've been lying. We're not going to get into this tonight, but everybody, doesn't matter what your religion is, could probably agree that the hierarchical structure of this has been used for control. The food and pharma. Okay, so keep in mind the FDA controls both of these. And if you ask me, the FDA was responsible for getting half of the equation. And that's how this has worked. The compartmentalization has made that even if you figure out everything that this one industry has been doing that's been fraudulent, pharma, you still don't know what the tech industry is doing with the pharma's fraudulent injections or insertions. And you don't know what the history has withheld so that this can all happen in the first place. Your biofield and the existence of this sixth sense in a very acute and practical way. So we're at this place now where I think it's out with the old, in with the new. And I don't think that there is a coincidence that we see Mr. Elon Musk standing arm in arm, like he got this arm around like Donald Trump, like, what's up? Not like he's choking him, but just like, hey, this is my buddy DT, what's up? Yeah. I mean, he's the president. I'm the richest man on earth. Okay, but he's the president. So yeah, listen to him. Right? Because let's not forget, money talks. Right? So if you have a man who never would be able to get to the position that he's in, and I'm speaking about Donald Trump here, without the support of people much richer than him, as rich as he is, then ask me why. Oh yeah, I was on the phone with Elon. We're hearing almost more about Elon Musk than we are Donald Trump. This dude is a South African / Canadian / ghost robot. What is this dude? But he probably has more influence than Donald Trump. Why? Because he's the richest person on earth. As far as we're told. Now, I don't actually believe that, but as far as we're told. Okay, so ain't nobody gonna convince me that the richest person on earth does not have the biggest, I'll keep it clean, I won't use the D word, but the biggest hammer in the toolbox. You know what I'm saying? If we slanging it out and putting it on the table, somebody's carrying double-digit inches up in here, and somebody's working with the micro dick. I'm just saying. I'm just like we can call a spade, right? It's like, I guarantee you, Elon Musk pulls more weight than Donald Trump. Period. Like, the dude is a juggernaut across 7 industry-disrupting companies, and he's like BFFs with the most popular person basically in the West right now. Y'all can kind of see how this is shaping up. I'm not even afraid of it. I'm just trying to call a spade a spade. So I don't think that this is a coincidence. I also don't think it's a coincidence why when I scroll on my phone now, all I see is just people that I don't even follow, right? Suggested ads or suggested posts saying, did we really go to the moon? Really though? What? This was a conspiracy theory 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago. Was it really a bat in the pangolin, or did the Wuhan market, or did the Wuhan lab really leak something crazy? Right, you weren't allowed to say that 3 years ago. Now y'all keep telling me this. Oh, pharma, childhood schedule, CDC, all this stuff is coming out about our traditional industries and regulatory agencies. And I think that this is not a sign of a renaissance towards some sort of truth and awakening. This is part of the script. They write these controlled demolition things on purpose. I mean, if you ever looked at the US dollar folded up, right? They got the bombs and all the flooded. They've been predicting Phoenix from the ashes since the inception of this country. So when Donald Trump talks about making America great again, please believe he's not talking about returning to the giant lie of America's greatness from the past. He's talking about terraforming America into a computer world that will sit in the head position, the pole position in the new chapter of the future. These people are thinking way further than y'all. Y'all think about the next 4 years. They think about the next 400 years. They way past 4 years from now. They already groom and select who they want to help execute what they're planning for the next 400 years. You see? Now, will they hit their goals? I don't know, man. Human ingenuity and human decency and human resolve is pretty powerful. So they got their work cut out for them. But do they got a much bigger head start than any of us realize? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they do. So I don't speak with fear. In fact, for me, the more I can learn about this, the less scary it kind of comes off as, the less scary it seems. But what I want people to kind of like really understand here is that this is all like, it's a real-time war. I've said this before. We are in war, and this war is active and ongoing. So when I'm asked for, well, okay, what are the solutions? Okay, you tell us about this biofield, but like, what can we do? I honestly don't know all the solutions. I know some solutions, but I don't know, right? It's like, who goes into war and says, well, there's no way the enemy could ever take advantage of me. I already have all the solutions for whatever my enemy could possibly do to me. Said nobody ever in war, okay? So I'm sorry if I don't have like a pretty PDF with great fonts and great color palette on exactly what to do to mitigate what's happening to all of us collectively. Just understand I'm trying my best to regurgitate and resynthesize information that's much more technical than I'm presenting today, because I understand that most people aren't that tech. Most people don't know how the internet works. Most people don't know how they type facebook.com and hit internet shows up. They don't really know how. So I'm trying to help explain that. Ooh, spirit matter warfare. That's exactly basically what it is. They're trying to explain how this works. Or sorry, we're trying to understand how it works so that I can help like take it down to the next layer of, nerd, super nerd, micro nerd, not a nerd at all, don't even know how to turn the computer on. We're trying to get it. These people need protection too, way down here. So I'm trying to help kind of like distill it, maybe down is a better word. I'm trying to help distill the information down. I'm playing my part in like fitting in, putting a little bit of humor in the mix, trying to keep it, censorship free kind of, but where I think we are right now is in the middle of this transition. So AI, 2017, the DoD says we've got AI precision healthcare. That is literally a wireless evaluation of every cellular state in one's body, mapped out in a what's called in silico, in the computer, digital twin. You have a digital twin. And this digital twin is not really you, but it basically is like a DNA copy mimicry of you, close enough to your unique biosignature that if they affect your digital twin, they can affect you. How? Trimorphic was saying it earlier, through the ether. Why? Because we are all interconnected through the ether. That's another thing that they don't want to, that's part of the Rockefeller Institution about removing the concept of etheric energy, free energy, the ether, removing it away. from our collective understanding, so that people don't even know that there's a such thing as this interconnected etheric field, so that it's like a voodoo doll. Andrew Biernet, that's a great way to put it. It's like a digital voodoo doll, kind of. Now, it's not really voodoo, but it might as well be black magic voodoo. You know what I mean? It's like, at what point does quantum physics and voodoo and like demonology, like it's like such a thin line between the two half the time. So everybody's familiar with an Ethernet cable. They just drop that little A off the front. It's all vowels, right? Everybody who studied linguistics knows that A, E, I, O, U, these were never letters in ancient languages. So they be getting away with a whole lot of trickery by talking about Ethernet. I mean, it's not related to the ether, but we calling it the Ethernet. See, it ain't got no A on the front, so it's just Ethernet. So that's different. It's in the E section under the dictionary, not the A section. They even took that whole A-E vowel, that vowel that's like an A and an E combined. They just removed that from the whole English, modern English. So somebody said they've been operating on this for a long time. That's how they control the world today. I actually think that's true. I honestly think that that's true. Somebody mentioned, is this why when I think a thought and I don't even say something out loud, I'll see an ad for something and I go, now we're talking. Now, I've known about that for a while. It's happened to me. It's happened to my wife. It's happened to plenty of people I know. We've all probably said something like, oh, man, I'd love to go camping. And then, boom, next we see all this camping gear come up. But a lot of people have not said anything out loud at all and simply just thought, I'd like to go camping without saying anything. And boom, what they start seeing is camping ads. If you ask me, that's not so much psychic spying as psychic marketing. And I'm using psychic not in the colloquial Miss Cleo sense, like psionic, using your actual physical innate human abilities to etherically precognate or postcognate or simultaneously cognate across distances with the body parts and the electrical manipulations our bodies are inherently capable of doing that we simply are not told unless it's part of some sci-fi channel movie, brainwave detection, all these types of things. So if you ask me, it's psychic marketing. And again, I'm not saying psychic in the woo-woo sense, like quite literally digital marketing using electromagnetics. So what they're doing is some company says, hey, people in this zip code or anybody in this region, we want to sell our camping equipment to. So it kind of profiles the social medias or whatever digital matrix ledger of those people who are remotely even interested in camping. And it begins suggesting subliminally, electrically, remotely camping information. Until at some point that voice in your head that you have just confused with your own, because since 1995, it's basically been going, you go, camping, I'd like to go camping. And then they go, boom, we heard a ping. We saw he replied to our suggestion, at which point we show him the ad. If you ask me, they also ship the gear to the nearest Amazon fulfillment center ahead of like when the confirmation of you thinking or saying it comes out, so that as soon as you click the ad, it's even closer to you to actually end up on your doorstep. Somebody said, why do some of us understand and feel this, yet others are almost zombies dialed into a false reality? Because of how live this internet of bodies has been for that long a time. That's, to me, the answer. It's that we're dealing with a helmet. Like, just think of it like an invisible helmet that's constantly suggesting and manipulating the reality around us without us technically knowing. Some people have simply given into it. Some people are just not that psychically strong. You know, body parts are body parts, right? So some people have big arms, some people got skinny arms. I'm 6'7", right? I'm tall, but I'm not that, my arms aren't that big, right? They're long. My wingspan is close to 7 feet, but I can't bicep curl the strongest weights. You see what I'm saying? These are just inherent abilities. Some people can sing, some people can't sing. You know what I'm saying? These are just inherent abilities in our body part. Some people are incredibly sensitive to this stuff. Some people just aren't incredibly sensitive to it. So that's really kind of encompasses the answer to that question. Just like, I think there's just a lot going on. And I will get to these other questions, but what's happening in a bigger sense is we're in that transition much quicker. So I've said this politically 2 election cycles now, with the Trump versus Hillary one, the Biden versus Trump one, and now the Kamala versus Trump one. And I believe that they're trying to do away with the conventional political government strategy. And the point is to get you so fed up with the corruption and the like Diddy bopping pizza, what of it all, that you demand something new and better. And they're fully ready and rolled out and load balance tested and everything to present that. And what that presentation is an AI government of sorts. Now I'm oversimplifying by calling it an AI government. It'll certainly have some sort of branded name. I don't know what that will be, but it'll essentially be like a government that can't ever take advantage of you anymore, because it's managed by the best intentions and the best algorithms and things like that. And it's pledged Scouts honor and all this to never have this corruption and all this and all this. And I don't know, I just see that kind of forming right before my eyes when I see Mr. Brain Chip, Mr. Internet of Bodies, Mr. I've already blanketed the earth in my satellite internet, standing right next to the, again, most famous president to ever be voted for. And I'm going, do people see what's happening? We got Vivek Ramaswamy, an Indian American. I gotta say Indian American, but I ain't got nothing against my Indian folk. I'm just saying, you look Indian, right? And we got Elon Musk, a South African, being tasked with, the government efficiency. What was the name of their new department they created? The Department of Government Efficiency. Oh, I bet it ain't nothing more efficient than the doggone computer robot. I can bet you that much. So I believe that we're dealing with the change. We're in the middle of the change. And that's why nothing's making sense. So many people are like, yo, what's going on? This is weird. It's weird because they're not being truthful about the change. The change is more bio-integratable. Where I was mentioning earlier about the doink, doink, doinks. These are, at least with the mRNA, these are, it's like they weren't even hiding the fact that it was nanotechnology with those things, remember? So yes, this lipid nanoparticle so effectively, delivers a payload of a particular spike protein into everywhere in your body that literally doesn't stop depending on where the LMP lands. And in your body for months, years, forever, I don't know, keeps reproducing these spikes. But if you ask me, the spike was never about training your body to have an immune response to some sort of like coronavirus. It was never about that. It was about introducing a unique type of biomarker with 1 billion or more, 60 billion or so copies of genetic instructions that cause your body to create unique part DNA, part your own DNA, part foreign. I'm trying to think of the simplest way to explain it. We'll just use the term biosensors, okay? Everybody, anytime you hear bio, B-I-O, that's biological, okay? Related to your own body. The sensors are simply just ways of getting information in and out via the biofield. The biofield is the antenna. The aura is the antenna. The telemetry, that's just a fancy word for data transfer, happens from person to person. Why? Because that's how it has always happened. Do you realize that when you go around someone and the pheromones that you might find, the attraction that you might find towards someone, or the lack of attraction, the repelling you might find someone, like, ugh, I get bad vibes from them. How many people knew vibe was short for vibration? See what I'm saying? You get bad vibrations from them because they're emitting vibrations. It's pretty simple. I mean, they kind of compartmentalize it and move it all and call this crazy and call that science. But the terminology is telling us what the deal is. You go into a situation, whether it's work or not, or interpersonal or professional, and people who are sensitive to this can just feel someone when they off. You can kind of tell when someone's sick. You can kind of tell when someone's in a bad mood. You can kind of tell when someone's, I won't say horny, but like definitely like sexually attracted or sexually interested. All of these things are electrical signals that their biofield is emitting that we're never told exists. It's just called luck or pheromones or juju or like mojo. It's all these different words other than what's really actually happening. So in the same way, intentions is a great way to put it. Bad intentions, good intentions. Bad vibes, good vibes. So in the same exact way that we can transmit from one another information about our detox state, information about our love interest or lack thereof, or our comfort level or lack thereof, or confidence level lack thereof, we can transmit ones and zeros regarding the internet. You see what I'm saying? Same process. So the person to person, body to body, toaster to microwave to refrigerator to elbow to kneecap to butt cheek to next door neighbor, that's the new model of the new decentralized internet. And people's collective fatigue, confusion, fibromyalgia, I could probably list 30, 50 different names that's being misdiagnosed. And I'm not even here to hate on all the doctors, because the doctors all went to medical school. They was taught what they was taught. The smart ones have figured out that they were miseducated. The slow ones are still figuring that out if they blood ain't clotted up yet. And they don't have the tools to measure this stuff. These are not electrical engineers. You see what I'm saying? They're not network engineers. They don't know TCP/IP protocols. They don't understand how this works or that it's even possible. So they're constantly doing blood tests and blood samples and things. And the best that we've gotten now in the medical side of things is people showing you nanotechnology under these microscopes. Well, yeah, it's nanotech. What's it doing there? Nobody knows. Why? Because the medical industry isn't responsible for what it's doing there. It's just responsible for getting it in you. The electrical industry is responsible for what it's doing. The communications and telecom industry is responsible for the throughput. The Department of Energy is responsible for affecting the fields in a way to kind of help move things. So those people who know what how normal computer servers work in a server room, let's just keep using our Facebook example. Go to Facebook, you hit enter, goes through all the DNS servers, gets all the way through the backbone, gets over to Meta servers. Meta's like, who are you? I'm this IP address located in North Carolina. Give me some login info. The login info comes back, but what's happened prior to the computer at Meta server replying to your initial request is there's a controller machine at the Meta server farm that goes, okay, we got 1,000, we're using rounded numbers here, probably in the hundreds of thousands, but we got 1,000 computers. Which one has a lot going on? What's the temperature of this computer? What packets are lined up next on the servers 500 through 1,000 or 0 to 500? Okay, based on the temperature of these machines, the load that they just finished, the load that's queued up, we're going to send this packet to computer number 412. Boom. And that is how that particular computer in the server room, keeping in mind a server is just a fancy name for a computer that don't really got no screen on it. It's just doing a function inside of a much bigger network. That's the server that actually handles your Facebook information. But prior to that server handling it, this other server needed to check for temperature and thermal output and all these different things so that 1 or 10 computers don't get all the requests and burn out while these other 990 computers are just sitting over here with nothing to do. So there's a similar protocol built for the Internet of Bodies. Whose body is here? What's the temperature? What's the pressure like? Elevation? How close are they to the bootstrap signal? What's going on in the 4G in their area? Where's the load needs to go? You need to send this over here. You need to connect this down here. All of that's happening in real time. And it's getting faster. It's no different than, internet in 95 compared to internet in 05, compared to internet in 2015, compared to internet in 2025. I can take my phone. I don't have my other phone. We'll just pretend like this is a phone. In 1995, the phone came in a giant bag and you had to Velcro the bag and the numbers were on the back of the phone. You dial the number and you had to wait and maybe you had one in your car if you could pay $10,000 a month for that service, but who could afford that? Just rich folks with limos or businessmen. 1995, 2005, computers were like, I've got my PowerBook G4 or my like IBM Aptiva or some sort of like classic computer from '05. Thank you, by the way, ICW Legacy Works. I've been creating for a few years. I just be like, I get like discouraged and like bored half the time, so I take big breaks off. But thank you, I appreciate that. Dailies and Freezer, I will give us our prediction. I think we're already interconnected, so I honestly think what happens is people's energy tanks more and more as their body is used. The energy in our body is diverted from doing interbody normal functions to external body extra functions. And so eventually you can just pay to be like, I want some energy. I want, give me like dial up my energy button. And they just route less data through you. And therefore, I mean, you're paying for the search for the feature. So you got this boost of energy because you have less internet running through you. But we'll get to that in a bit. So 2005 comes, and I think by that point we had our little Nokia phone with the battery on this side and the signal on that side. You can change out your face plates. I had the fire grills with the snow on the top. I was swapping face plates. Y'all remember the Nokia and the Motorola StarTAC and the flip phone? You had all that. 2015. Now with that Nokia, you could talk. It was, I had one in '05. I was in college. I was a junior in college, but ain't no FaceTime happening on that. Now that was wireless telemetry. It was just not robust enough to handle video calls. By the time we hit 2015, 10 years later, everybody had an iPhone. What would that have been? Like a 10, 11, somewhere around there. And you could, since the iPhone 4, since the iPhone 4, you could actually do FaceTime. And that means not just voice, but video in real time while you're traveling down the highway. The internet had matured to the ability to allow people to do that. 2025, now that we're 10 years beyond that, I could do HD FaceTime with 5 different people. One of them's in Antarctica, one of them's in an airplane, one of them's on a boat, one of them's in this country, one of them's in that country. And we all talking in real time while I'm playing a video game and 10 other people are connected to the same Wi-Fi. So it's just gotten much, much, much more robust. We're going through a little bit of a reset, but kind of on that same trajectory. So if you ask me, we're somewhere between the 1995, 2005 regarding the Internet of Bodies, unless you got the doink, 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 which is basically an insta upgrade to 2015 or maybe even 2025. People's bodies couldn't handle it. Not everybody's body could handle it. And some people's self-assembling nanotechnology started to coagulate. Why? Because they were being requested, and it was like, it's just like the way their body metabolized whatever was injected. Maybe it wasn't aspirated properly, so it just went everywhere super quick, and then boom, that spike instruction started going super duper over time. And before you know it, their cardiovascular system couldn't handle it. And now these embalmers are seeing all kinds of weird anomalies that they're not allowed to talk about. But I don't think that this was just to kill you. They could already do that. They have already been doing that. This was to introduce a faster and more, in tech they call it MIMO, M-I-M-O, multiple input, multiple output. This is so that instead of 1, okay, 0, okay, 1, 0, okay, 1 and then 0, okay, 0 and then 1. They could be like 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, and there's several in and out points, because I do believe that the antenna is capable of much faster. It's just that the system isn't ready. They use primarily E. coli and yeast, modified E. coli and modified yeast. These are like bacteria and like natural organic compounds that they modify in the lab and inject or ingest through foods, through drinks, through products, through skincare products. I'm sure it probably covers the gamut. If you ask me, they've been just trying to get this out in every kind of way. Now, yes, I think that the childhood doink, doink, doinks have a lot to do with introducing the initial baseline operating system, but I don't think it's exclusively just those things. So when people talk about the autism increasing rates or SIDS or any sort of like derivative issue with the doink, doink, doinks, I think that we're watching the tech industry hide behind some technology that they're getting the pharma industry to introduce into people the day that they're born. If you ask me, they probably got it in the vitamin K or the Hep B. I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying, why not? Y'all trying to connect everybody in. Ain't no baby out there hoeing and tricking and with no hepatitis hoe or shooting up no needle on day one. So why else y'all putting it in their arm? I think it's because it serves a very big function in the future technocracy that's being rolled out. And now that people are learning that, they're like, oh, crap, we can't have people not putting these things in our babies. We have to work overtime to mitigate hesitancy and misinformation. Because polio, diphtheria, pertussis, you see what I'm saying? It's such a corny argument. The risk to reward ratio is so ridiculous at this point, but it's not because it has anything to do with any of that stuff. So by using things like E. coli, manipulating it to have unique biosignatures that then can be addressed remotely, you leave the whole medical industry dumbfounded because all they're seeing is like anomalous tissue, extracellular vesicles, all these things that you can't really make sense of what it is or what it isn't. And that's exactly what they want, confusion. So yes, I will save this live. I will. This is also a reason I use my pet's antenna. I think that they're doing it to pets. I do believe that they hit y'all with the big Trojan horse. Oh, you don't want little Fido, little Sparky to get lost, do you? What will you do if you don't stick him with some nanotechnology so you can constantly track him forever? And we could use little Sparky for some internet in the meantime. So I believe what's happening is enough people are starting to be like, okay, like, what's up? Y'all are lying. And I'm tired of being lied to. So I will do a quick little review. I'm simply talking about the Internet of Bodies. The fact that data is being routed through human tissue and they're not telling anybody. And they're using a body part that they don't tell people that they even have called your biofield, called your spidey sense, your sixth sense, your aura, your chi, your prana, your spirit man, your Holy Spirit. You know, different cultures call it different things, but this is being used to service data from the general internet coming into your bodies, and then a system of terahertz based networks, which are different than gigahertz networks, which are different than megahertz networks, which are very different than kilohertz networks, which clearly are different than hertz, like basic hertz networks. But all of these are just terms for different ranges within the electromagnetic spectrum of how to measure energy. It's all energy. We are energy beings. If you flatline, what do? They go and grab a defibrillator that has a bunch of energy in it or is plugged into a giant 120 volt AC wall, unless you're in the UK, it's 240. And they put it on the front and back of your heart, say clear, hit the button, boom, and now there's a blip on the radar again, and your heart's pumping again because you are electric, and that heart has this torsion field that it's kind of like a vortex, kind of spins in this kind of direction like this, that emits with every beat. And this body part called your biofield is adjustable and manipulatable and has been for quite some time. So when you see the movie like Stepford Wives or Manchurian Candidate or Jason Bourne, Bourne Identity, or Surrogates with Bruce Willis, I mean, I could probably rattle off a list. Westworld, the show Westworld on HBO, I refer to all the time. This is what's possible. Now they got these iPads in Westworld where they're dialing up this and dialing up that on the hosts they call. But I do believe that those exact same abilities exist without the robot aspect. They're just kind of give you the wink, wink, nudge, nudge of the allegory. And I believe that Mr. Elon Musk himself is full steam ahead with this whole endeavor. So the medical implant system and the medical body area network is all about this precision AI healthcare. This idea that You can't control your health, so we'll control it for you. Insurance companies will likely tap into this and will adjust your premiums and your deductibles based on your eating habits and your workout habits, because they can actually quite directly track that very acutely. It kind of just shows up in their inbox for all their clients, thanks to the Department of Defense. As of 2017, according to them, the wide body area network in general, the WBAN, is your biofield. That is this entire conversation and what it's all about. But I believe that this is going to be mainstreamed by the Green Initiative. I think, again, all of these things are not disconnected. So as things go from this to this and from centralized to decentralized, and we see all this corruption in the banking system and that starts to get exposed, they got a replacement already and it's right on deck. Oh, yeah. And what they plan to do, are there companies working on these technologies? You bet your sweet bippy. Absolutely, totally. Oh, 100%. Most of them are companies you've heard of, like Boeing, Rand, NASA, SpaceX. I can think of a lot more, but yes, to answer your question, yes. Somebody just asked, would you say that the Tartarian people experience all of what we're experiencing now? I honestly think that era, based on what I'm learning, was not about this type of hustle, meaning they were aware of their biofield and able to use it in its natural state. So I think that the most recent, like that collapse, which I honestly don't think was that long ago, less than 200 years, or maybe around 200 years at this point, but less than 300. The collapse of that empire and the creation of this present one was about hijacking the energy that's in buildings, free energy, etheric energy, and personal bioenergy all across the board. So I think that this bucket, this particular loop that we're in, is about the energy control, whereas maybe it was a different control in the previous one. I'm still learning, but like that's kind of what I'm gleaning, because I'm going, I mean, maybe they had some sort of overarching control structure, but most of what we see seems to be this kind of free society unencumbered by a singular overlord system. And then a cataclysm of some sort creates the destabilization that creates the vacuum for the leadership structure we have today. So I'm going to hop over to these questions here because I see there's about 10 questions. But in a nutshell, do you have black and white photo? Do you want to see this one? Is this what you're talking about? I can show it in case y'all were not quite sure. But what I was showing with these graphics is the general flow by which I believe the compartmentalization has happened. So I've got pharma and tech highlighted because those are the two that I'm focusing on in these discussions. But I believe that the education compartmentalization was about making you think that MIT and Stanford and Berkeley and all that was at the bleeding edge of what's really going on. And they are in the laboratory experimental sense, but everything's compartmentalized and they're not allowed to teach you about what they do for the DoD. I believe that the entertainment sector is all about calling sci-fi, calling what's real fake, and calling what's fake real. The news is all fake. The sci-fi is basically all real. That's what's wild. I believe that politics has served its purpose because it's got people completely uninterested in governing themselves and looking for somebody else to do it for them. And trust me, they're going to have a solution. The tech industry has all been about convenience, but keep in mind the word con is at the beginning of convenience. History has all been falsified and lied. You know, they got dinosaurs that's got, I was reading my daughter a little kid's book today, and it's like the dinosaurs lived 35 million years ago, and this type of Paleostegosaurus loses his teeth every 36 days. It grew a new tooth. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? This is ridiculous. Nothing grows new teeth every 30 days. That's just ridiculous. Plus, how do y'all know? Ain't nobody seen a Stegomololithosaurus. Y'all just be saying stuff. That's what history was all about. Just redefining what they want you to know and completely ignoring what they don't want you to know. The religions were about making you think that everything that's spiritual or unseen is all demons or angels. And yes, of course, I believe that demons and angels are real. But I definitely think that electromagnetic manipulation is real as well. So the religions is all about starting wars, keeping people here, and keeping people focused on externalizing the short, acute sense of what they need to do to help protect themselves. And I'm not saying I don't pray or that you shouldn't pray or that you shouldn't trust God. I do all those things. I'm just saying, ain't nobody ever talked about my biofield in church. You see what I mean? The food and drug, this is the food category. This was about destabilizing your health and putting all the potential biosensors in you that they want. I mean, I saw a lady earlier today was looking at some Pepsi Max. She had a can of Pepsi Max, cracked it open, put a beaker in there, put it on a petri dish, put it on a slide, put it on the cover slide, stuck it under the microscope, and you start to see self-assembling nanotechnology inside of a Pepsi Max. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, inside of a Pepsi Max. That's what this industry is about. Getting all kinds of like pseudo-synthetic biology into you so that those can act as relay points for the external stuff. And of course, the pharma industry is about completely hijacking your health and to a great degree, getting a bit more invasive than the food could. So I'm going to answer some questions. Let's see. This is a great question because I get this one a lot. So I want to address this one right out the gate. Kelly Condes asks, what are tangible things we can do today to help mitigate? Thanks for discussing. This can feel isolating when others around you are unaware. Absolutely. It absolutely feels isolating when others around you are unaware. You're welcome for discussing it. What are some tangible things we can do today to help mitigate? So the first thing that I always tell people is understanding the war that you're in is the first step in helping to mitigate. Understanding what your biofield is. For me, it became about learning how to control your biofield. The person who introduced this to me is very much about solutions, but her solution is, number one, learn how to actually control your biofield. Because when you can control it, you can throw off the lock. You can throw off the sink. You got data routing through, you can just, and then the data stops routing through you until it relocks, but then you just shrug, if you will. Learning about what's going on, learning how to actually control your biofield. How does one do that? I'm not an expert in it, but over the last year and some change, I've been actually practicing this, not regularly, but off and on. And I've gotten to the point now where I can do it. It takes a little bit of concentration. It takes a lot of actual oxygen. You got a lot of deep breaths to actually conjure up the control, at least for me. Now, I'm speaking as someone who's not necessarily the most sensitive, although I do believe that I can tell you exactly when I started hearing the electrical signals. When I was a kid and we had them TVs with the rabbit ears, I could always hear that TV when it was on. Even if it was in the other room and on mute, you could have a remote and say, is it on or off? And I could be like, on, off, on, off. I could hear it, just the high pitch, or, the high pitched squeal or the lack thereof. Then, because that was all UHF and VHF, that's ultra high frequency and very high frequency. Remember that UHF, VHF on TV? All that went away. The IEEE said we're reallocating this spectrum. Verizon bought a big chunk of it. T-Mobile bought a big chunk of it. AT&T bought a big chunk of it. And that is today what we call 4G internet, 5G internet. It kind of goes over the same general, overlaps in the same general part of the radio frequency spectrum. There's other things. It goes all the way up. 5G is up into the 600 gigahertz, right? This is all down in like the megahertz, low gigahertz for the most part. But I remember 2017. I remember exactly where I lived. I remember clear as day, just sitting at my computer one day, working on something and being like, whoa, what was that? Like my wife, Jennifer, I was like, did you hear that? And she's like, what? I'm like, you don't hear that loud noise? Like, what is that? And it was just clear as day. And then it just kind of stopped. And then like a week later, it did it again and it started happening more regularly. And I knew it wasn't tinnitus, and I knew it wasn't me being crazy, because it very clearly sounds tech. It sounds just like the TV when it would turn on and turn back off. So I didn't know what I was dealing with, but I could tell, like, this ain't me. This is external, and this is clearly tech related. But I had to practice in order to get to a point where I could think about conjuring enough energy inside of my chest to then move out. It's almost like, I'm trying to equate it to you guys, because it's taken me a while, and it's something that I've never actually had to explain before, but it's almost like I'm Wolverine and I'm getting my claws to come out. It's kind of like that. Except for out of my arms, it's like every hair on my body, I want to kind of like extend outward. So I'm kind of thinking about flexing out, almost like I'm lifting my traps up and like extending my skin out. It's a bit of it took me a while to do it. I've heard that if you can do it with music, it's a little easier. Find some really emotionally, like, music that resonates with you, pun intended, emotionally speaking. And then that is like kind of a crutch, so to speak, to help you do it. But the ultimate ability is to be able to hear the signal and be like, and then have you stop. I could not do that at first. It's only been in the recent few months that I've been like, oh, wow, it worked. Like, I did it. I got my hair to stand up. That's cool. I can do it now. But it took a while. So just learning that that's possible. The more simple, more acute, more quick solutions are limiting the Wi-Fi, limiting the doink, doink, doinks, limiting just the amount of potential ways that a ping or request could come off of you, limiting the smart technology in your home. If you're in a place where you have control over your smart meter, going back to a dumb meter is great. It's like the power company's going to give you a hard time, but it's possible. Taking detox baths. I got a great protocol for a EMF and nanotechnology detox bath. That's essentially a combination of baking soda, borax, bentonite clay, activated charcoal, and Epsom salt in the hottest bath that you could possibly stand. Like make the water as hot as you could possibly tolerate it, which just opens your pores up a little more so that the minerals, and particularly the charcoal and bentonite, can get in there. And the borax too. And that kills a lot of what's going on, because a lot of the IO is baked into your skin. And this is all like in their white paper. So you kind of see how they do it. They do like, oh, wow, like they kind of bake it in your skin. And because your biofield is kind of like tangential to your skin, it kind of like adjacent, maybe it's a better way to say it. It's kind of like the best location to kind of mitigate some of that stuff. Now, again, mitigation is only as good as how long it takes for accumulation to make you a new viable computer node on the mesh network. So as you mitigate, be careful you don't clog your drain with the bentonite clay, that part, because the first time I did it, I was like, holy smokes, this is the dirtiest bath I've ever, I look like a doggone, like I can't take a bath in 20 years. You said, so you try to exhale the sound out, sing with dot. Kind of. Exhaling would be a good way to do it, but it's more about, like, think of it like feathers. Like, imagine you have feathers. Imagine you're like a chicken or a bird or a duck or something with feathers. How would you get all your feathers to stand up? It's like that. That's maybe a great simplified example. Imagine you have feathers. What would you do to make all your feathers just stand up like a cockatoo's head, or like a peacock when it's trying to like impress somebody? If you have nanotech in you, does it make you itch? To be honest, I think so. I remember going through what I thought was an allergy season when I was in high school, just out of nowhere. I can remember it clear as day, being in my economics class and just having this itch, just starting to itch so bad. I had to go to the nurse, and they didn't know what to do. They called my parents, and they were like, we think he's having an allergic reaction. I'm like, but to what? I'm not allergic to anything. And it just was like randomly started in the middle of class one day. And then for years, I would have these like itch fests where I would just itch for like 30 minutes and then it would go away. You could scratch, I would like literally be on the ground. Like, you can't really see me on the ground here. Uh-oh. I would be like going like this, trying to like itch my back because of just how much I would itch. And what would happen is I would itch here, and then it would stop, and then my leg would itch, and it would stop, and my cheek would itch, and it would stop, my ankle would itch, and then it would just, like, that hasn't happened in years. But it was like probably 10 or 15 years of that happening to me. I didn't know what that was at the time. Looking back, I think I might have known exactly what that is. Seeing with God, maybe that's what you're experiencing too. I'm not sure, but I know that that happened to me between 2001 and 2010, maybe or so. I think it happened a little when I was in Los Angeles. I do remember going away for a couple of years and then coming back. I lived in LA from 2010 to 2020. So I do remember it happening in the house that I lived in 2013. But I remember being like, oh, I haven't had this itch thing in years. And then all of a sudden it came back, but then it went away. I remember going to an allergist and having him poke every 100 or whatever pokes in my back to see what I was allergic to. And it was all inconclusive. His best guess was, you want some Allegra D? I'm like, you want me to take Allegra for the rest of my life and be nodding off because it's like basically super duper Benadryl? Like, pass. No, thank you. I'd never forget the allergist was like, all right, so if you were on a desert island and Halle Berry could deliver one drug to you, would you rather it be Benadryl or Allegra? And I was like, Allegra? I don't, like, that's a weird question. Here you go, here's the description. I don't know what it is, right? Why? Because the allergists don't know. These doctors don't know what's up. So yes, perhaps. There you go. The itching. I just can't help but assume that a lot of our medical anomalies that are just head scratchers are actually directly related to this. Like if you take a high dose of nice. Oh, I didn't see your first part of your question. O world Morrow. Not maybe. Or do you itch like as if you've taken a high dose of niacin? Maybe. I'm not sure. I've taken niacin a few times, but it didn't make me itch. It just made me real hot and flushed. But mitigation, things like, there's some devices. We have one downstairs called the Somavedic. It helps mitigate 5G, GPS, and a few other signals. That's not anything related to the biofield, but that is less radiation, less bootstrapping. So the real name of the game is less and less and less. Remove all the publicly gas station sellable crappy foods that have all this nanotechnology in there. That's another great mitigation strategy, because the point is your body detoxes. It's just not detoxing faster than it's being re-infused. You see what I'm saying? This was a crazy infusion that apparently they kind of, surprise, it's never going to stop reproducing itself, unfortunately. But so is this crazy fog, or the half the tic-tac-toe lines in the sky, I think, are relating to just dropping the nanotech that could either be ingested on plants or in the clouds for that type of manipulation, for terrestrial manipulation, for body manipulation, everything in between. But I'll give you the bath recipe again. In fact, DM me and I'll copy and paste the whole protocol, because it was given to me by a friend of mine, Johnny, but he got it from Carrie Madej, who he said he personally got the detox recipe from. And if you know Dr. Madej, she's been talking about this for a while. But it's, in fact, I don't have it. I had to pull it up on this phone. It's 5 things. Epsom salt, borax, baking soda, bentonite clay, and activated charcoal. And because my wife already makes our toothpaste and our soaps and stuff, just homemade stuff, we already had all those ingredients here at the house. So my buddy told me that like a week or two ago, I said, I'm gonna try this detox bath. Now I'm pretty, I can handle my own, right? I'm not a real softy with it. I said, oh, this is just some clay and some Epsom salt. This is gonna be nothing. It's gonna probably feel comfortable. But he told me, he said, all right, now, Chris, you're going to be real tired after this bath because it pulls a lot out of you. Just be prepared for that. And I'm like, got it. Hold my beer, hold my tea, hold my kombucha. When I tell you I put that bath together, I cranked that water all the way to hot. I was like, I can handle it. I got in there. Now, I'm a big dude. I hadn't taken a bath. That was probably the first bath I took in probably 10, 15 years. Take showers all the time, but not bad. My whole body, minus my kneecaps, my knees is sticking out the bath, but my whole body's in the bath. And I'm in it, and first 2-3 minutes, I'm like, this is nothing. About 5 minutes in, I'm like, whew, okay, I can handle it. It was a little bit of the heat started getting to me because like my head just started hurting and like not really pounding, but just like for me, whenever I detox quick, I'd get a headache. But he told me, he said, drink a lot of water. The goal is to stay in there for 20 minutes, and that's on the protocol itself. And the goal is when you finish, don't immediately get out or don't immediately stand up or you'll faint, most likely. Let the water drain after 20 minutes and let the and turn the shower on or run the bath to get the cool water to cool your body temperature back down. So how about it's like basically I think this happened between December 25th and January 1st. I think I did it about a week ago. And he go, so I'm in there for like a few minutes. About 10 minutes in, I'm looking at the clock like, whew, how much longer it ain't been 20 minutes yet? It's only been 10, like, whew, okay. Now it didn't hurt, but it was just like, I could start to feel my energy like, I'm okay, I'm good. I make it 20 minutes, y'all. And I'm like, at first, I went into this like, this ain't gonna be nothing. That's easy. 20 minutes in, I'm like, I drain the water and I go to stand up. And I didn't faint, but I completely understand how people could because I was very much like, whoa. Ooh. And so I actually cut the shower on, tried to cool off a little bit, but I just was so hot still that I was like, I just got to walk outside. Put my towel on, went outside to the back porch and just stood outside in the freezing cold, like 3 in the morning. I don't even know what time it was. Probably this time of night where I am, East Coast, but like ice cold. And it just felt, I was like, whew. And boy, when I tell y'all I had the best sleep, bro, that detoxed it. It was probably, I wish I could, I always forget. I be bringing my other phone, but then I forget. My wife, if you're still up and you are seeing this, bring me my other phone. It's on the piano. I don't want to run all the way down there and get it. But it gets the blood racing. I mean, like, it was about a cup of Epsom salt. So it wasn't like several cups of Epsom salt. It was like 1 cup. I think baking soda was the largest ingredient. I think it was like 2 cups of borax, 2 cups of baking soda, 1 cup of Epsom salt, 1 or 2 tablespoons of bentonite clay, and 2 tablespoons of activated charcoal. Now, please don't quote me on this because I'm going off memory. I have it written down. It's on my phone. And yes, I am recording for a replay. But when I tell you the blood gets pumping and the whole body just goes, you detox. Now, again, the detox is something you have to do on a regular basis because it comes back. So, who knows at what speed, but boy, when I tell you that detox worked, bro, I was a believer after that. So let's get to the next question. Okay. Oh, she did hear me. Beautiful. So that's my wife. The little wife fairy, magical, she's still up too, heard my request. I have to like turn my Wi-Fi on, go to my nose, wait for it to sync, and then I'll get you the detox protocol. So let me turn the sound off. Borax bath. Here we go. 1 or 2 cups of baking soda, 1 or 2 cups of Epsom salt, 1/2 to 1 cup of bentonite clay, 1 to 4 tablespoons of activated charcoal, and 1 to 4 tablespoons of borax. See, I was totally off in I like mixed up everything. 1 to 4 tablespoons of borax can be up to a cup. 1 to 4 tablespoons of activated charcoal, 1/2 cup to 1 cup of bentonite clay, 1 to 2 cups of Epsom salt, and 1 to 2 cups of baking soda. Put it all in the water as fast as you can. Sit for 20 minutes in the bath. Make sure to stay rested and drink a lot of water in the process. Do not stand up right away or you'll faint. Your body has just dumped a lot of toxins and mineral depletion. Sit up once the water has drained and start an ice cold shower and allow yourself to sit in the cold water to re-regulate your body's nervous system. I didn't even follow that protocol. I went to I would have laid in the snow if I could, if I was so hot. This is essential so you don't injure yourself after detox. You do have to like slowly come back up. So I just sat there without the water in the tub for a bit. Then I cut the cold water on for a bit, and then I was still hot, so I went outside. But basically, I'll be happy to share this with anybody if you can DM me. I'll DM me or Swedish Love if you on the Jen, if you're on the thing, say something so y'all can see who my wife is, because she be checking her DMs. I got too much going on. I'll be missing DMs all the time. So, Tammy, you might be right. I think you should just follow your body's lead, honestly, on how quickly you should ice cold. I don't think it should be an ice cold pervasive shower right away. I think it just should be less hot than the bath just was. I just know I was like ready to not melt. So I wanted to walk outside. It may make you have a bowel movement as well. You're right, Leah. Okay. So this next question is, what should we do about the real IDs? Use a passport or just go with the inevitable? This is a great question, spoonful of med. My take is that real ID is just being shoved into the mix. So I'm kind of a digging my heels in type person, meaning I'm going to just say as long as possible. I plan on, like, I already have a passport, but they keep saying, well, if you need to travel and you don't have real ID, you're going to have 2 forms of ID. I'm like, fine, I'll take two forms of ID. Now, eventually it's going to just go blockchain. I get it. It's just, that's where I think being a purist is okay. Being an analog old fogey is A-okay by me. So if I was you, I would do the same thing. I do get this impression that so much of this stuff is stuff we don't have to fear, but at the same time, we should embrace it with skepticism and trepidation, not like, real ID, yay, let me just embrace you. No, I don't think you should do that. I don't think that's wise. I just think just soft pedal it. But eventually, I do get the impression that analog paper-based forms of travel is going to just kind of fall by the wayside. What I'm hoping is that there's some sort of new market created, the sovereign market or free market or whatever, where you kind of can like maybe have like a digital passport or some sort of other non-real ID. But again, it's kind of hard to say. I think they're setting up for what won't even necessarily be a distinct separate ID. It'll just be an acknowledgement of your individual biosensor signature, bio whatever, and that will be your identification, basically. You're very welcome. Okay. Here, I love how the questions are all over the place. This is great. Travel in our dimension, or in 4 dimension. Travel in 4 dimension asks, so Tartarian period was pre-USA? Was USA created for this purpose? Yes, pre-USA, immediately pre-USA. So I didn't speak about it much in this particular installment of this biofield discussion, but in the previous installment of the biofield discussion, I had this little chart pulled up, and so I'll pull this up to help answer travel in 4 dimensions question. Uh-oh, got it upside down. So this little chart is something that you may or may not have seen if you hadn't seen the last live, but basically what I'm saying here is that America, they say, was founded in 1776, right? But really what I think happened in 1776 is the beginning of the Eastern expansion west to cover what was the Tartarian Empire that hailed, alongside the Moorish Empire in the west. And the time between 1776 and 1876 was really about erasing that. And this little major reset that happened right in here helped do that pretty significantly. I think that the reason we don't know anything about it is because unless you're like 125 years old, you were born after 1900, and everything we were ever taught in school and everything the media was ever allowed to show moving forward didn't acknowledge this. So in this little section, I have natives and aboriginals lived freely with advanced technology. And just before that, I have what they call, quote, medieval and tell us it's old world. I believe that the TV has this constant, pervasive desire to redefine history under folklore, like Game of Thrones, The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings style stuff. And then I had this whole whitewashing moment here. Now, your boy is the least racist person on earth. But when you talk about a Native American or an Aboriginal or an indigenous ... they almost never are what we call white or blonde haired. They almost always are what we refer to as black. Half of them is blacker and darker than me. So yes, I spoke about this a little in the last one, but I firmly believe that most of the black folk in America, what we would call black, are not from Africa at all, whatsoever. They're Native Americans who have been rebranded. Now, of course, Native Americans are Native Americans, but the Native American tribes that exist today were by no means the only tribe. 1776 was about the 13 colonies, remember? Like, that's the one thing about history, that the further you get, they just want to jumble it all together and just make it seem like the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, Christopher Columbus, Squanto, Sacagawea, and then the flag, you know, Americo Vespucci saying the Star Spangled Banner, and here we are. Like, they just kind of like, we don't get to know the minutia. And that's because the liars who set up World War I, World War II, and World War III, or at least the plans for those wars, are using the technology of the previous empire that we sometimes colloquially refer to as the Tartarian Empire. They're using that technology against us today. Because like the other person asked in the earlier question, this era is about a hijacking of the energy and a manipulation of both the ether, both from like a free energy standpoint. Like, you look at all these old buildings and they have these domes on top. You've seen them. Go downtown, wherever you live, to the Capitol building. I mean, if you're in the UK, there's plenty of them. But if you're in America, you don't have to go to New York or Chicago. You can go to any old podunk, Iowa, Indiana, Mississippi, state Capitol building, so-and-so bank, so-and-so, you know, you've seen them. The Roman looking things. Yeah, that Roman thing was not actually Rome. It wasn't Roman architecture like they tell us. It was Tartarian architecture, Moorish architecture. And those two kingdoms, I believe, coincided simultaneously. They hailed from different setups in the world, but they lived and worked harmoniously. And whatever happened in the early 1800s destabilized them both. And the power vacuum that existed in the West is what allowed for the Native Americans to still be here and proliferate. So yes, plenty died and were probably buried under the mud floods, but plenty didn't. And they procreated and they proliferated. And yeah, the 13 colonies and their establishment was set up in New England, but everywhere that wasn't like Pennsylvania, Virginia, like New Hampshire, stuff like that, was all just indigenous. And the slave trade story was told in reverse. So this Tartarian, so when people are told like, oh yeah, this so-and-so courthouse or the World Fairs, I believe, were a good example of destroying those old world buildings so that they didn't have to explain why the technology and the architecture is just so far advanced of what we got today. But it was like this spectacle, especially like the St. Louis World Fair. That was one of the hugest ones, like Missouri, right? This giant, amazing buildings that they just destroyed because they were temporary. So we're told. But think about how the St. Louis World Fair, this is like in the early 1900s. I think, right? No, I'll look it up later. But we're talking like late 1800s, early 1900s when all these world fairs went on. This means that barely 100 years ago, there's still these buildings that exist today, but there were a lot more of them 100 years ago. And whether it was a fire or a renovation, they've been systematically removing all this evidence, hiding it, Smithsonian, Grand Canyon, National Park, you're not allowed to see it, military base, government building, government bank. All this is going on so that the average person can't just be like, Okay, let me get this straight. Y'all said this building was built in a year, in 1810. But the power tool wasn't invented until 1895. And horse and buggy is how y'all got all this sandstone and granite and marble from wherever y'all got it from in here. Like, that don't really, like, where were the cranes? Like, what kind of, the light bulb wasn't even invented yet. So how did y'all build this at night? The ones up in Chicago, it's like, y'all been to Chicago in the winter? Like, I'm pretty sure in mid-February, they wasn't working at 2 a.m. on no buildings, with no lights, with no power tools, with some horses. So we're talking, wow, what's up? Vive, you've joined the very interesting discussion. So yeah, you're right. Lots of them in Chicago. Oh, Philadelphia too. You're right. These buildings are everywhere. California, Philadelphia, and everywhere in between. These are representative of a kingdom that was, I say kingdom because it's just the easiest way to say empire, civilization, era, bucket. I don't know what other word to use. That was present just before what we're told is the Wild Wild West and horse and buggy. Ain't nobody doing nothing really. It's just nothing out here. We just claimed it was empty. It was a bunch of crazy Indians. And then we shipped all the black folk from Africa over here. Backwards, inversion. In case y'all haven't realized, we're in inversion world where everything they say is the opposite of what's true. So a lot of the natives got shipped to Africa and to Europe. Some of the Africans who were interested in working as indentured servants in the New World, were shipped down mostly to the Caribbean, because keep in mind, they didn't have like motor boats and like power boats at the time. So you weren't really going nowhere that the ocean currents wasn't taking you. Go look at a map, go to Google, type ocean currents, and you'll see exactly which way the ocean currents off the western coast of Africa, down through the Atlantic and up through the northern part of South America and the Caribbean. That's who got the crop of the largest bulk of the transatlantic slave trade, as it was on the flip side of it. The early part of it was taking brown folk from over here and shipping it over there. And then they changed these names and titles from Copperhead or Chief so-and-so to Negro. And then that gets changed to nigga. And then that gets changed to black, because we can't call them niggas, but they can call themselves niggas. You can't say it because it's racist, but not for them, but for you, but not for them. You know, half and half, you know, depending on which setting you in is acceptable or not. And then Jesse Jackson had to let us all know that that just wasn't good enough. We had to be called African Americans. But I ain't never met a single person in my family that's ever been to Africa. Other than me. I've been to Uganda, but I'm the only one who's been to Africa. Now, I got aunties and cousins and great mammies and great pappies that's talking about Cherokee, native this, Chickasaw, Lumbee, all this. I can trace my ancestry back at least 6 generations to North Carolina. There's that. But when I talk about these buildings, I want you to think about the state capitol building in your building. And you've seen the type. Huge belfry, bell tower on top, giant Roman columns in the front, not a piece of drywall in sight, couldn't find a wood screw if somebody paid you $1 million, granite, thick walls way thicker than they need to be, doors 3,000 feet in the air, all this crazy immaculate masonry and hand chisel work. Y'all seen them. They've just been normalized as like, oh, you know, that's like a parliament building. It's like the Capitol building. Yeah, no, these are old world buildings fused into our new world with fake stories. And it begins to fall apart real quick. It almost falls apart just like the injection stories when you really start to look at it, right? You know, polio or whatever, until you really start to look into it. And then it's like, well, hold on now. Polio was pretty much gone before the juice even came out. So what y'all really talking about? It's the same thing with the buildings. Like, well, hold on now. There ain't a doggone I-beam in sight. How'd y'all build? Who built this? And then when you look into it, it's always like, well, this random architect that nobody's ever heard of built this building. No, we're not telling you what construction company or what contractors, just the architect. And yes, he was building 37 other buildings at the same time, but shut your mouth and you're a conspiracy theorist if you don't, if you believe anything other than the official story. So yes, Cherokee in my particular family. And Afika, honestly, bro, I bet you have. Right up in Greensboro, they got plenty of them. Raleigh, especially. You've seen them. I had too. I just didn't quite. It's like I've like been in them half the time. Been in and out of them for different reasons, and then like you kind of think back. You're like, well, hold on now. You look at any of these buildings. Like go to any modern building. You will see drywall. You will see plywood if you're seeing behind the walls. If you happen to just scrape off a layer of primer and paint, you'll see some wood screws. Not in these old world buildings. You don't see a doggone truss, no I-beam, no rebar. You don't see none of that. And it's still here after all these years. And to be honest, half these buildings you're probably only seeing the very top of because those sub layers are probably buried under layers and layers of mud. Confused about the Tartarian Moorish town. Is there any video or podcast or book that can go into all this in detail? The first thing I would say is just go to the easiest digestible thing is to go to my homeboy, My Lunch Break. Jen can write it up there. My Lunch Break. Go to YouTube, MLB, My Lunch Break. He does a great job, if you ask me, not of editing, because his editing sucks, but get over the editing. He does a great job. He's just a natural question asker and investigator. And he's a great entry point into like, I've never really heard of this. I want to know more. My Lunch Break will have you binge. I would start, you can start at any one of them, but like find the titles that find you most, that interest you the most and just start watching. And you'll start to be like, I think he's onto something. Because I had heard of this for years, y'all. This Tartarian thing, I was always like, okay, what is that? Like, yeah, Tartaria, where is that? Like, what is this? I mean, yeah, Moor, yeah, we the Moors, we black, we create everything. Okay, I like black people too, but like, do we really create everything? Like, I don't know, like maybe, but I don't know, like, I just didn't know where to place it. It's not like I disbelieved it. I just didn't investigate it. And then when I started to, it became increasingly clear. Oh, I see what you mean, Afik. He's like, I've seen the buildings. I'm just saying I've never seen them under construction. Exactly. So it became increasingly clear when I started really looking into it. Like, oh, wow. Okay, man, like I knew it was being lied to, but like, wow, it's like much closer in time than I thought. Wow, like, okay, wow. And I started investigating more, and then you start seeing all the anomalies, and you're like, this is big because this upturns a lot in a different sector. Like, the medical sector that was already getting upturned. The American story was already being exposed for the lie that it was for me. I just didn't have I wasn't really interested in history when I was growing up because it was irrelevant if you ask me. Now I'm extremely fascinated in history because I now see, oh, wow. It's like it relates to me and my people, my family, like just from like right here. Even my wife, she's native Swedish. So if I go, if you talk about Native American, like you talk about Swedish, for example, most people think Swede are blonde hair, blue eyes because most Swedish people are tall, blonde, and blonde hair, blue eye. The native Swedish, on the other hand, the Same people, they are not blonde hair, blue eyed. In fact, they look like Eskimos or Inuits, or like very tan skin, very brown hair, very brown eye, not very tall people. More Finland-ish than Sweden-ish, but Scandinavian nonetheless. And they dealt with the same type of subjugation and persecution by the incumbent present-day modern phenotype Swedish folk that the Native Americans dealt with. The present incumbent modern day American folk as it relates to, General Savage and all the early settlers that came and did a lot of awful things to the natives. So I'm just learning, and my wife and I were just watching season 4 of True Detective, which takes place in Alaska, and a lot of the storyline relates to the Alaskan natives. And I'm sitting there watching it, and by like a few episodes in, I'm like, how have I never really connected that there's a whole native Alaskan community, Inuit, Eskimo-ish type people that don't look like the general American Alaskans, but yet there they go. And they're kind of dealing with the same culture clash and culture war that the natives of all different types, the Aboriginal natives to Australia, it's all the same kind of story. It's very interesting. So yes, it was pre-USA. If you ask me, the end of the Tartarian period led up into the late 1800s, very early 1900s. And by this point, it was already a destabilized kingdom because of this cataclysm. It was just a few vestiges hanging on that then got snuffed out by the world wars and then got taken over by World War II. If you ask me, Germany had a lot of this related technology, which is why they were so technologically advanced. It's not because they were, oracles or like psychics. It was because they had access to technology in the physical general area of where they are located that hails from the kingdom that previously was there. And all of that was about shutting the narrative up, siphoning all that technology for themselves, hiding it from the public, and making the guy with the funny mustache look like the worst person on earth. We're not getting into that rabbit hole tonight, but if you can believe one lie, trust me, the lies don't just stop at one. Yes, seeing with Dot, yes, I believe they can mess with your mind and make it hard for you to meditate. I definitely believe that they can throw your attention, all these different things. You're very welcome, Traveling in Four Dimensions. If you look at the Mind Unveiled channel or the My Lunch Break channel on YouTube, those will both be like, what? Like, at least for me, I was just like, wow, like this is actually interesting because this feels real. Like you can feel it. It's like, it's got this tangible quality because I don't think it was that long ago. That really makes it easy to feel. Her other question was, are nanotechnologies in cigarettes? The answer is probably. I've thought about this quite a while, but if you ask me, cigarettes, dispensary weed, like chemical GMO tobacco, not like actual cannabis plants, but like the totally GMO modified cannabis that they be trying to pass off as some THCA CBD bull crap. That stuff. Anything that anybody like beers and alcohols, I totally Pepsi, Natty Ice, all that stuff. Anything that the people can get into their system, lung wise, liver wise, bladder wise, anything, any and all. Vapes too. Again, I can't vaping. The whole vape industry is so dysregulated and unregulated that it's hard to say. I wouldn't necessarily say all vapes have nano in them, but I would certainly say if you can buy it in a state approved dispensary, it might. It probably, half this industry is, I've never grown or sold, but I have friends who do, and I've seen some grow operations. If you ask me, man, it's like they just, like every single grow operation I've been to, grow house, grow room, whatever, whether it's indoor or outdoor, mostly the indoor stuff. The outdoor people are all hippies. They like to keep it all puristy. But the indoor folk are using a lot of chemicals to keep the pH right, to get the buds to express and flower in such a way to maximize the yield, to maximize the money. So if you ask me, they probably just own the chemical companies that service this industry, and they put the nanotech in the chemicals so that it just, everybody who doesn't even intend to be making GMO nanotech flower ends up doing that. And the same for the distillation process in these vapes. So I don't mean to scare y'all. I'm just saying if it's in Pepsi Max, it's probably in the cigarettes too. You know what I mean? Okay. Next question. Okay, so I'll recover this just because I want this person to know that I addressed their question. Bliss Balanced Life in Small Steps asks, how do you get the nanos out of the body? The nanotech can be detoxed. It's simply pervasively reintroduced. So while you can detox it, I mentioned the detox bath protocols, things like just getting a good old sweat going, working out. These types of things are like simple detoxes. The strategy is really developing a lifestyle practice that lowers your ability to be useful to the node, to the system, wirelessly. Now, the system does not rely exclusively on nanotechnology. If you didn't have a single stitch of nanotechnology in you, you still have a biofield. And you still have what they claim is a pervasive biomarker that's partly your own DNA, because it's essentially just like a modified version of your own cell that's been grown clandestinely, that has a unique electrical signature that they use to get data in and out. And if you happen to be infused with all the extra nanotechnology that's working on these smaller intra-body networks, that's what keeps the system flowing internally. So if you were to theoretically detox everything piece of nanotechnology and you live inside a hyperbaric chamber in a dungeon somewhere, you still have a biofield. And so the issue is just awareness and an ongoing investigation into what I feel is the premier assault against the human body, with the idea that you want to lower as much as possible what they would rather use you for. Meaning you want to make yourself as a computer the least likely computer to be asked to do some math that you ain't trying to do. And you do that by eating healthy, thinking healthy, practicing to use your biofield to mitigate when they do try to use you, detox baths, detox diets, and things like that. The lack of ingesting things, the lack of injecting, it's like a kind of a multi-layered thing. So yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a good one. The official, I'm always so bad with the names. I want to be able to get people's names right. The official Duardianita? The official Duardianita. Maybe I got that right. Maybe I screwed it up. Sorry if I did. She says, doesn't this also, or maybe he, but they say, doesn't this also closely relate to the bell theory? All the giant bells from ages ago disappearing from every city? Yes. But this is what I think. I watched this really, really compelling series. I think it was called Blimps in the Belfry. So those things are called belfries. Those like domes, almost skinny little sections at the top of these big buildings, these domes, and they have the little nipple part at the top where there's a bell. Yes, I believe some of them had bells, but I believe most of them were receptacles for the blimps and the air travel that during this Tartarian Moorish kingdom was pervasive. Nobody used cars. There were no horses and buggies building this stuff. They had flying UFOs. Not really, but like flying apparatuses a la blimps or other types of travel that were not hydrogen based. They were electricity based. And the electricity was actually, you basically docked at the top of these belfries, you charged up your vehicle, the crew of people stepped off and went down the stairs or elevator down into their building, they did their thing, and when the next taxi, or if they owned a personal one, it was time to go, they walked back up to the top, hopped in their little blimp, and they floated back on home. And that's actually how it was common to travel. And what we're told is this like rudimentary, crude, nobody had anything but sticks to rub together and horse and buggy. No, I think that they had a lot of this technology. A cataclysm happened. A lot of it, the society of it broke down. Plenty of the individual pieces were still around. 100 or so years of war and destabilization happened. Then a whole Rockefeller education and miseducation took over, where things like national parks started covering stuff up. They removed all the bells and all the actual electrical systems. They left them in there and called them lightning rods. And then they started photoshopping more or less all the blimps out of all these ancient photos. And now we just think we're the most advanced because we got a Tesla. And it's not. It has nothing to do with what Nikola Tesla was talking about, nor is it the most advanced technology. So, all coffee. It's the most pesticide sprayed crop. I'm glad I saw that comment as it was scrolling up. I was told in 2017, Starbucks, they put chips in the coffee. Don't drink Starbucks. They put chips in it. They put chips in it. This person used to tell us that all the time. We were like, chips? Like, what are you talking about? Like potato chips, nano chips? They put nano chips in the coffee? Okay. Now, by that time, we had started to put on our little tinfoil. I was like tinfoil adjacent. I had a tinfoil badge. I had a tinfoil yarmulke, maybe. It wasn't a full hat. It was a small hat. But I just remember being like, I don't really like coffee that much, so okay, fine, no Starbucks, cool. Plus, I like Peet's coffee and Blue Bottle and all these other coffees better when I would drink it. But yes, they probably put it in the coffee because I think the point is to get as much in as many people as possible. She did also say nanobots, yeah. Cordyceps coffee on airships. That's awesome. Yes. Okay. So I'm glad I didn't miss this person's thing about the healing vibrations. Yes, that was also a big thing too. The healing centers, certain cathedrals and churches with their organs, certain bells that would be placed in the middle of cities. So when they rang them, it just like set everybody's body back in the healthy state. I mean, can you imagine like Mardi Gras with the bells going on, or like the New Year's Eve celebration and the bell rings and it's like 2025, everybody feeling great and healthy, everybody tumors just drop off and all that fat melts away when the bell go off. I think it was like this. To traveling in four dimensions, keeping in mind, depending if you buy organic coffee from an independent coffee manufacturer, probably not. But like, it's not this like all or none. It's like, this particular brand, no. These other brands that are all owned by Procter & Gamble, yes. It's kind of like that. But going back to the bell theory, yes. There were healing chambers and healing centers because frequency, they understood these things. The same way you can heal is the same way you can kill. So we were talking a little bit before. When you get into the electromagnetic discussion, the way that they calculate energy output in an electrical sense is through a measurement titled Hertz, Hertz. So something that's, I think they say a lot of these theta states and alpha states are like 10 Hertz, 7 Hertz, 13 Hertz. These are like, woo, 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 woo. Y'all see these speakers back here? These speakers can pump. The thing is, it cost me a pretty little penny. They can pump. But the lowest they'll pump is like 20 Hertz. You can't hear below 20 Hertz. In fact, you can't even really hear 20 Hertz. You can feel it. If I crank the volume and I hit on, you can feel that 20 Hertz. You can hear 2000 Hertz. That sounds like, 20,000 Hertz is like, it's like a high pitched noise most people can't hear. So they say that the audio ability for your ear to hear is between 20 Hertz and 20,000 Hertz. Most of your kick drum, your 808, that's 30, 40, 50, 60 Hertz. Bass guitar, 70, 80, 90, 100 Hertz. A low, I don't know if y'all can actually hear these keys, but like the piano on the low end, this down here, this is probably close to like 40 Hertz. Way up here, that's close to like 18,000 Hertz. Maybe like 12,000. But like the higher up you go, when you get into dog whistle territory, that's into like, 18, 19 kilohertz. So hertz, kilohertz, megahertz, gigahertz, terahertz. The larger the sine wave, meaning, please tell me y'all can hear that because I don't have the headphones on to tell if I think y'all can hear it. Yeah, okay. Let me turn the EPM. Let me cut this back. Okay, y'all can hear that. This right here is wow, 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 wow. These are very wide sine waves, very large sine waves, and they travel very far through mountains, through buildings. If I'm translating this from an audio perspective into kind of like a radio frequency conversation, this is what your Gwen towers do. These things go deep into the ground and they emit wow, 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 wow. And they actually destabilize moods in zip codes because of how far they go. But this is how they can affect people on some like, chaos theory, because they understand how to manipulate the basic solfeggio and resonant frequencies of the earth and of your body. And these hertz are closer to large shifts in basic emotional states: euphoria, confusion, anger, these types of things. Then you get into the kilohertz zone. So kilohertz is probably closer like somewhere in there is probably your kilohertz, so to speak. Megahertz is, that's closer to your megahertz. Gigahertz is in the, and terahertz is up in the, but the difference in all of these different frequencies, if you can't see, there's a piano, right, obviously right over there. The difference in all these frequencies is that in the gigahertz, the higher the number goes, the frequency goes, the less distance it can travel and the less interference it can manage. So terahertz, this stuff up here, doesn't travel very far, and it doesn't penetrate walls or surfaces very much. So the networks that use the terahertz networks are way up, intra-body nano networks that use these high frequency signals to get a signal from here to here to here to here to here, but it can only go like this far. Your 5G, that's in the gigahertz, right? So that can go across the street, but that's why they got these 5G towers every 100 feet, basically, because they don't actually travel that far. Megahertz will go much farther. It'll go to the end of the county at least. Kilohertz is what your AM and your FM radio is based on. That stuff will go, you could be like 3 cities over and you can still hear the radio station from that way because it's blasting out a kilohertz signal. No radio frequencies or no radio stations operate on hertz, but certain towers like the GWEN, the Gwyn towers, they operate on like 10 hertz. These are the things, if you want to know how to make an earthquake, just put a bunch of this stuff in the ground and boom, earthquake. So the same way you can introduce those signals to destabilize, you can introduce those signals to heal. The difference in a killing signal and a healing signal is probably the difference like some Jaws, right? Right, that's probably the difference in a killing signal and a healing signal. So to wrap this person's question up, these bells used to emit what was probably something very, very beautiful, like, I'm just going off memory because I can't even hear myself playing, but they were emitting this very melodic series of perfectly attenuated tones so that once the city dwellers or the churchgoers heard them, their soul was uplifted, their body was restored, and they walked out and they had a good day and made kids and had a good time and went swimming and did all the things they was trying to do. The same type of technology is now being used to run internet through people and sell ads to people and manipulate people's thinking and that stuff. So summarize the frequencies info. I can get you some stuff, Afika, but all the stuff I know that talks about the frequencies, it's not summary stuff. It's like Nerdtastic 3000. You gotta, but like, this is stuff that I watch and I'm like, okay, rewind. What'd she say? Like, oh, let me look that word up. It's like really high level stuff, but it'll show you what you want to know. Okay. Some person asked me about this, so this is a good question. They said, Alison McDowell speaks about this. Have you listened to her? The answer is yes. I have listened to Alison McDowell. If you have not heard of this lady, I would say give her a listen. Alison McDowell is very highbrow, very high concept. She speaks in big words. I love hearing Alison stuff. But Alison talks a lot about the coming technocracy and kind of like the diagram and map of how it's being rolled out. So Alison doesn't get too technical about internet protocol, but she is a bit technical in her research just about the systems, game theory, just the internet of bodies and these, metaphysical materials that are being integrated inside and outside the body for this new internet of bodies. So Allison's great. It's just kind of like some people can stomach her and take her because they can kind of stay on the rodeo. She's one of those PhD almost style. You gotta kind of like, okay, rewind. What was she saying again? But she's great. She's got a lot of great stuff. So yes, I'm a fan of Allison's McDowell stuff. Okay, he made me. This is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, he made me, but didn't we meet through Marguerite? Are you South African? I think you're her friend. I think that's who you are because I've spoken with you before, but if that's not who you are, sorry. But I do believe we have a mutual friend, IRL. So he says, today I saw a post on deagle population for 2025. Is this just a fear tactic? So I'm glad you brought that up, he made me, because I haven't talked about the Deagle report on this series of lives. For those of y'all who don't know what Deagle is a projections agency that concentrates mostly on military contracts, GDP, military budgets, and population predictions. And they have a proprietary algorithm of sorts, a modeling algorithm, which is simply just a computer program that you input data into and then out comes some trends and suggestions 7 years out, 10 years out. So I think it was about 2017 that I first became aware of the Deagle report as it relates to their 7-year projection, 2024, 2025. And at the time, they said that the 328 million population of the US was about to downturn to 68 million. 328 million to 68 million in 2025. Now, I've looked at Deagle since then, and it doesn't say 68 million anymore. The last number I saw, I think I looked at it maybe a year or two ago, was 98 million. So when this first came out in 2017, because they're famous for their 7-year and their 10-year projections, the whole conspiracy half of the internet went up in flames. Like, what do you mean? 2025? How? What do you mean? 330 million to 60 million? That's like 1/5 or 1/6 of the people. What? That's a huge drop. Okay, so you're someone else. You're a nurse in Southern Cali. Okay, so you're not the same person that I thought. There's a buddy of mine who's South African who has a similar handle to yours. I'm confusing. Anyway, so, so they put this prediction out. And to answer your question, I don't honestly think it's fear mongering, because the reason I say that is because Deagle kind of like came out and they were like, hey, so we're getting a lot of questions about our 2025 projections, and we're here to kind of address that. We're sticking by our numbers. We're not changing them. And here's why. We're not here to fearmonger, but when we put in all the information from Interpol, from the NSA, from CDC, FDA, FBI, all the different agencies, we have come to the conclusion that we will be seeing this type of economic downturn. And when they were asked why, which is the number one question, like what causes it, they were like, our prediction model it's not a crystal ball. We can't tell you what causes it. We can just say that between wars, economic stabilization, migration is the largest reason for the economic downturn. They said migration. Now, I don't know if migration is their nice way of saying they will be transitioning from this life to the next when they die, or if migration is simply a means of classifying Americans outside of the current U.S. citizenship classification, which that's a separate conversation for a separate day. But, the U.S. is a corporation, and if you are a citizen, you are an employee of that corporation. So I don't know if they were alluding to a mass exodus of citizens from the corporation, or a mass exodus of people from the earth, that they were just being polite and saying migration, but they maintained it was migration. People would be moving, migrating away. So I don't think that it's out to put fear, because they've been saying this for 10 years and they were like, listen, we ain't bluffing. This is just what it is. I think they're speaking to some sort of predictive element, because they kept saying, like, the reason we're deagle is because our algorithm is strong, right? We believe in our algorithm. We believe in our model. So we stick by our numbers. And I remember at the time being like, okay, so y'all not even gonna revive. Okay, y'all just really about that. Okay, y'all really that confident. And I'm thinking, what could it be, right? Maybe COVID, but I don't honestly know if it's that. I honestly don't know. So to answer your real question, I don't think it's just a scare tactic, but I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know if they're going to hit this internet button and then half the people is going to croak out because their bodies can't handle it. I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if they're going to introduce some AI America, AI One World, AI America, North, South America and Canada all join forces and become this new country, but you have to be digitally augmented to enter it. And so all these people from America go and join that. And so therefore America goes from 328 down to, I don't know. I just know that I just know that they seem to really stick by their numbers, and they was like, we didn't stutter. That's the number. And we were like, ooh. So that's been like 8 years ago now. I honestly don't know how it's going to manifest, but they really do seem to be set on that. Somebody said tech has tried so hard to replace God and they failed at every turn besides destruction. That part. That's funny. Okay, let's look at the other questions. Let's go back with this one. This is great. Can you talk about digital cities, Melbourne, Australia, and Singapore? So when you hear about smart cities, what Donald Trump calls freedom cities, what Elon Musk calls Optimus X cities, Melbourne, Australia, Singapore, any of these, 5G cities, smart cities, this is all the new push to geofence within a 15 or so mile radius a bunch of people who are bio-interconnected, and their entire community is that network. And so these cities are these kind of like all-encompassing, self-energized, self-modeled kind of almost things. I do get the impression that the way that they really treated the lockdowns in Australia was kind of a dry run or a modeling idea for that. Consider this. Now, this is all hypothetical. I'm about to go off on a surmising tangent here. But consider Australia, right? They had arguably some of the most, I wouldn't even say arguably, they clearly had some of the most restrictive COVID policies. And not everywhere in Australia, but some of southeastern Australia, particularly Melbourne, had it really bad. You couldn't leave 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever from your house. These geofencing digital cities, exactly. I think that this was a way for them to actually test, because the thing that I keep trying to stress to people is that mad scientists be still doing science. You might be a mad scientist, but you're still a scientist. So you're not going to roll out what you're doing without scaling it properly, or you just going to shoot yourself in the foot and it's not going to work. So everything that they do, they definitely scale and load balance and test until it gets to the public beta phase. And then they test and tweak and put out a patch and update, and they test some more. So you're not going to be able to really implement anything like a smart city until you can really get a couple people or a couple cities to kind of model it out for you. In the computer, sure, but we need it in real life. So if you ask me, some of those lockdowns in certain places around the world were about testing that very thing. It's coming. What's going to happen, if you ask me, is they're going to give people two options, because they always do. They're going to say, you can come into a smart city and we'll take care of you. You can trust us. Or they're going to say, or go out into the woods and learn how to be a farmer or whatever. You're on your own. And they're going to use their entire marketing department to make you think that that is the worst possible choice for your life. You're throwing away your future. You're going into the Stone Age. And everybody who's chosen this is going to be thriving and surviving. They might have a little bit of a bumpy start because, I mean, we're not all farmers, right? But that tent life is about that life. So like with COVID, right? Like with the doinks, they didn't ever go to anybody's house and physically drag you out, stick a needle in your arm. No, they just scared you. They offered you free weed, free McDonald's, free lap dances, free social points. You know, they got Juvenile and Manny Fresh out the woodwork to go make a remix to vax that thing up. You know, they gonna try to hit you with the 808. They tried every trick in the book to get you to go down to a clinic and physically take an ink pen and give them permission with your signature to do this. They did not actually force a single person. Now, they might have put you in a psychological quagmire to think you was gonna lose your job if you didn't, but that's not the equivalent of forcing you. So fried chicken, the whole works. They brought out every trick in the book. And it worked on a lot of people, but it didn't work, right? It was like, won't you backs that ass? I'm like, Manny Fresh could still go back and sit down and it would still be okay if he wasn't. I'm sure they got paid, which is exactly why they did it. Alodia, when you pay all your homeowners is a new word we say. Yes, he made me 3328. You're making a lot of sense. She asked, if someone becomes a sovereign or a state national, can you ask for your property to be allodial when you pay off your home? Or is this new world reset going to, I guess, encompass everything? Am I making sense? So yes, once your home or land is paid off, whether you are sovereign or national or not, if your property is held in trust and it is not held under a statutory insurance-based trust structure, but under a non-statutory, non-incorporated trust structure, you don't have to ask for the allodial title. What you got to do is go out and do the homework to prove that you have the rights to the land patent. And that land patent exists between the first time whoever deeded it, whatever treaty of Guadalupe, Hidalgo, Louisiana Purchase, whatever, all the way in the 1800s rather, all the way to today. And if you can prove that, then you can declare the rights to your land patent, which is another word for your allodial title. And the land is technically off the books from the United Nations, who owns it all. Now, is that going to be digitized and under the digital assault? Yes. To what degree will it be successful? I'm not sure. I have this hunch that because everything is going to be so AI managed, the AI won't know what's not in its system. So if you manage to get your property out of the system before this conversion, the AI will be simply fed all the lot numbers, patent numbers, land patent numbers that are in the system. That is my personal hunch. But the answer is yes. The answer is yes. There will be a schism. Oh, for sure. So in that schism, it'll be, you don't want to be like those super hippies. What are you going to like go live in the woods or whatever? And all the super hippies are like, yes, actually. And I'm about to thrive when I do it. And everybody else is like, I don't think I can do it. It's the same stakes as they gave you with the doink, 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 or lose your job. Nobody was forced to, but everybody who felt like they were forced to felt that way because they were like, well, this is my job. I have to provide for my family. What am I going to do if I don't have the resources to provide for my family from this job that they're requiring me to get this injection from? Like, what can I actually do? And the truth of the matter is, you always had a choice. You could have simply trusted God and or, figured it out. And many people did that. Some people caved, but a lot of people didn't. And a lot of those same people are getting paid now for having been wrongfully terminated, for violating the Geneva Convention, all this crazy stuff. But they're going to give you that same type of incentive. They're going to be like, ooh, I guess the deep state hit the button and destabilized the entire world. A schism is now upon you. What do you want to do? Would you like to come into a freedom city? It's all free. Just so that we know you're not an illegal alien, stick this in your arm. I mean, put this patch on your hand. I mean, not your left hand, your right hand, just so that it doesn't look like the mark of the beast. And we'll let that'll give you access to our freedom city, or to our smart city, or to our Singaporean, Melbourne, Australian super duper city. And that will be the incentive that hooks a lot of people. Because I think that anybody who's got a working discernment meter, who the Holy Spirit is actually talking and working in your life, you're already starting to go, I feel like I need to get out into the woods. Like I feel like smart city's over here, but I'm trying to go like over here. You know, I don't know what they doing over there, but I kind of just want to be over here. Even if you're not there yet, even if you don't own a farm, you don't know how to homestead, your mind and your spirit is like, but like, I think I'd rather kind of be over here. I need to learn that stuff. I've been like that for 10 years. Unless you just clued into it and you already jacked into the matrix, you're not really itching to go this way. But the problem is they're going to catch a lot of people off guard, like with COVID. They're going to be like, boom, up. What are you going to do? Is it going to be the woods? Or are you going to go into this comfortable, convenient city? Never mind that con is the root word of this word. It's not a con. It's a convenience. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yes, they got it in tattoos. They got it all over. Ooh, this is a good one. Okay, next question. Back to the giants. Okay, so this person says, how do giants and their remains have anything to do with this? I heard the Blurry podcast speaker mention how Smithsonian. Oh, I didn't get to see the second half of the question. How Smithsonian and other institutions. Okay, so how do giants and their remains have anything to do with this? So I believe that in the world, I believe that when you're going to build, especially if they keep telling us that slaves built all these old buildings, which is just ridiculous. I believe that when you're going to build a building, you don't make the doors any bigger than they need to be for the biggest person that you could ever theorize walking into that building. Do you know that the standard door frame is like 7 feet in a house? Now I'm 6'7", so I can walk through every door, but it's pretty darn close, right? If I like walk on my tiptoes, I will bang my head on the average door. Yes, you have some sort of like decorative, 20-foot doors, but I ain't never seen nobody with no 400-foot doors in their house, hotel, or building in the modern type of construction era. So when you look at some of these old world churches, cathedrals, and buildings, and they got doors that's like 2 stories tall, I think that they built them for individuals of some genetic type, I'm not sure, who would require a door entrance of that size. I'm just looking at it from an engineering standpoint. I just think that when it comes to giants, skulls, remains, what's happened is that anything that is not fitting in our modern narrative, things like gargoyles and griffins. Now, how come every time you look at some old world building, it's got some like animal that look like it's going like this on it? Y'all know what the type. It's like the lion that look like this, or the griffin that looks like that. I don't think these people were into just making up fake animals and then spending thousands of hours chiseling these fake animals that look exactly the same across buildings across the entire world. I genuinely think that these types of things existed. I don't know where they come from. I don't know what to call them. I'm still learning, just like a lot of you are. But I really do believe we have been given like you look at Game of Thrones, and I think that Game of Thrones was like 200 years ago. And I think that they had a lot more technology than they're letting on the show. But I think that whole like giants and dragons and all kinds of animals and people that weren't regular was much more closer to where we are today than some 80,000, 100 billion years ago. What they do is they put a comma and a zero on almost everything they say. Several zeros and a couple commas. And when they really don't want you to know about it, they toss like the word billion on the front or on the end. So do I think AI in some form existed prior to right now? Yes. Do I believe that there's nothing new under the sun? Yes. Do I get the impression that an AI of some fashion helped obfuscate what's going on? Yes, because of the systemic kind of breadth of the obfuscation. Meaning, let's just say, if I'm tasked to manage an AI that's helping rewrite history, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call some things Iron Age, some things Stone Age, some things medieval, some things folklore, some things 10,000 BC, some things 50,000 BC. And all of those things could be lined up right next to each other in the same city from 157 years ago. And I have a great cover story for all these different buckets. I call them buckets. I put in the Iron Age bucket, the Bronze Age bucket, the Stone Age bucket. Now, I don't mean to imply that antiquity didn't exist prior to 100-something years ago. I don't think that. I think we go through cycles. Somewhere in the 500 to 600 year zone, there's just cycles of kingdoms that come and then they fall and then they come and then they fall. And each time a new kingdom comes, the controllers have some sort of story for what the old kingdom was. So yeah, and the fires that nobody died in and all the old world buildings that had to be rebuilt because of a fire and took them all of 11 months. They had to build boxes in 2, 3. Yeah, none of it adds up. This person is right. They've been looking into it. Half these stories are like, oh yeah, there was a massive building here. It was a fire in it, so we had to destroy it, but we cleaned up the debris and rebuilt this building in less than a year. You demolished, removed the demolition, reset the foundation, constructed it, completed it in a year. With no power tools. Half of these cities where the winter is colder than a witch's tit, what they say. It just don't add up. You know what I mean? History is history. It's just not adding up. So I like Magsy May's point, just stay connected to your creator. I think you're right. As I've been trying to grow more connected to my creator, he's been telling me or revealing to me the world you live in is a lie and there's a lot more truth just literally buried under one layer of rocks right underneath your feet. And so it's kind of like this. It's not an obsession with research, but I'm finding a new fascination with approaching history just because I didn't really ever care about this stuff before. But yes, I think that the giants and everything relating to them is very much in the milieu of what was just in this recent situation. Okay. This is a question I'm not sure about. It says, have you spoken about Luigi and where we can find your take on these? If this person is still online, what do you mean by Luigi? You talk about that's what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something different? I'm assuming you're not talking about Mario and Luigi because I don't know. But clarify your question and I will answer it. This is a good one. And yes, I will save this Amber Dream for sure. And I'm also going to be putting these on YouTube and probably Rumble because I don't know. They might just nuke the YouTube if I get too on the nose with this. But Rumble doesn't seem. Oh, Luigi Mangione. Got it. He's the what's the it's not the bomber. Who's the guy? Some of these current events, I be losing the interest. This whole bomber thing with the Trump Towers and the Tesla truck, the Luigi Mangione, the Diddy situation. I'm just kind of like, y'all boring. Like, give me some gargoyles and griffins. Give me some giants. Give me something to make me excited. All this like false flag psyop stuff. It's just kind of like, it's all just so control state. And I definitely see that what we refer to as this deep state, and I have that on my little chart here. What we refer to as the deep state is kind of like really got its clinches in just after World War II. So if you ask me, the deep state of the East, whatever that looks like in the ancient Chinese secrets, is one-upping the deep state of the West. The deep state of the East has recruited Computer Boy and Zion Don, as he's often called. And the reason legacy media here has such a problem with Donald Trump was because of whose money he represents, which is not the Federal Reserve, Western power players' money, but more so Eastern money that stems out of this one place in the Middle East that seems to have a lot of turmoil all the time, and China and Russia and Brazil, the whole BRICS alliance. And so I get the impression, the Mangione, he's the guy who shot the United Healthcare CEO. You know what? I don't honestly know. I've seen about it. The one part I thought that was quite interesting was that Sam Brinkman, the Sam Brinkman free guy, plus Luigi, plus Diddy. They're all in the same jail. And like Diddy's lawyer and Luigi's lawyer are married. They're husband and wife. So all I'm going is, okay, got it. He one of y'all. He won. That's in the mix. Honestly, to be honest, I haven't looked too much into that because that was during the season. I just wasn't even, when that happened, I wasn't even on social media that much. So I just was kind of like, what happened? Like, who is this dude again? Why has he got the same lawyer as Diddy? Like, that don't make no sense. But maybe I'll write a book one day. Maybe. I have been told I should do this. I think I would actually like writing a book because I do like writing. But maybe I will. I'm getting a lot of good support and inspiration, so I just might. Since we have not really been to the moon, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? You know what? This is what I'll say about the shape of the Earth. I agree that the moon landing was a farce. When I go and stand outside and I look up at the moon, it doesn't seem that far away. I've had to get to a place of really getting trusting my eyes more than like the Rockefeller education system, for better or worse in terms of my social standing. But I look out and I always use the example of the Burj Khalifa. So if you're familiar with what the Burj Khalifa is, it's a building in Dubai. It's considered the largest building. Thank you, brother. It's considered the largest building on Earth. I'd heard of the Burj Khalifa, and then when I was going to film in Sri Lanka back in like 2015, so I guess it's about 10 years ago now, I flew through Dubai, and because I'm a weirdo American, when I see your flight's at 1:45, I naturally think that that's 1:45 and not 13:45. My flight was at 1:35 in the morning and not 1:45 in the afternoon. And I essentially missed the flight, me and my buddy Alex, who I was with at the time. So we were both in Dubai. We had to catch a new flight, Emirates, great airline. But we had to stay in Dubai, and we went to see if we could stay at the Burj Khalifa. Long story short, it was during Ramadan and the place was packed, so they had no more rooms except for one room that was $2,700 a night, and we were like, we'll go to the Marriott. But in walking into the Burj Khalifa, I was able to behold with my own eyes the largest building on Earth. And when I tell y'all the thing is freaking huge, bro, it's like nothing can even prepare you for how big that building is. It's like a spectacle. When you're standing at the bottom of it, you're like, this is nuts, right? But when I tell you, we hopped in that taxi and we're driving up the street to the Marriott, And that Burj Khalifa disappeared out of my vision within about 20 seconds of driving. It was like this giant building. We drove away from it, got smaller and smaller. And within 20 seconds, it was like barely there. Your eye has a vanishing point, the human eye, that's not that far. You can't really actually basically see a mile, 1 mile. You can't even see anything. The Burj Khalifa, we wasn't even a mile away, and I couldn't even see the biggest building on Earth. I brought that story up to say, when I look at the moon, it don't seem that far away. It don't seem that far. Let me find a piece of paper. I got a piece of paper right here. When I look at the moon, let me find a marker. When I look at the moon at night, right? Or the sun, and you got all these clouds. Let me just draw a couple clouds. And I look at this moon. And you've seen it with the sun or the moon, right? These are my clouds, just some clouds up in here. And when you see the light rays that beam through the clouds, they beam from one side of the same cloud in this direction, and then you can literally see the light rays. I had a friend who called them the Jesus lights. Y'all seen them when it's raining or just finished raining, and the sun is poking through the rain clouds, and you see that like light streak that kind of like, y'all seen it kind of before. But like, how close does your light source have to be to the thing that's diffusing it to get light rays in like almost like a 45-degree angle, right? Like if this is straight down, then 45 degrees is like this way, right? So if I'm holding this one straight, if this particular light ray right here is straight down, then this one up here is basically like 45 degrees. I don't understand how something could be 293,000 miles away, but yet the light emits as if it's right there. If I have a piece of paper or a light source, and I move this light source 293,000 miles that direction, every single light ray is going to basically go the exact same direction the whole time. So when I see the sun go like this, and I look in the night sky on a semi-overcast night, and these clouds right here is lit up, but these clouds over here is not lit up, I don't understand how a moon that's 293,000 miles away is not lighting up this cloud that I can still see, right? I'm not looking at clouds in Sri Lanka. I'm not looking at clouds in Burkina Faso. I'm looking at the cloud just in North Carolina, probably like a mile or two away. Why is this cloud not that lit up, but this cloud is? Now, I'm not saying the moon don't emit light an hour. I'm just saying 293,000 miles away don't make a lot of sense, because as someone who does lighting for my job, I have become to understand the sensibilities of how light travels and how light moves. So it's, alternative mothering. You make a great point. She said, strange how with the naked eye, it can seem so close, but try to take a picture of it and it's literally shrinks through the lens. I believe that's done on purpose. I think you might be onto something, because when you just look at it, you be like Jimmy Stewart in It's a Beautiful Life. I could throw a lasso around the moon. You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around and bring the moon. It totally looks like you could pretty much throw a really long lasso around it. So I just go, if the biggest reference point to my grandiosity that I've ever seen is the largest building on Earth, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, if that thing can disappear in less than 1 mile, what are we talking about on some 293,000 miles away when it looks closer than the Burj Khalifa looks? You see what I'm saying? That's why I look at it. I don't actually know the empirical concept of what all Earth is. Do I believe that the living plane is flat? Sure seems like it. Do I believe that NASA likes to lie to you? 100%. Do I believe, however, that they work in binary, so they give you round or flat as two options? Yes. Does that mean either binary is by default false? No, but generally they work in half-truths. I maintain that toroidal fields seem to be what govern every other manipulation that they're doing. So maybe the Earth is more like a toroidal shape, like a donut shape. When you look from the top, a donut is flat. I mean, it's round, but it's also flat when you look at it from the side. So it's kind of like, I think what's happening is we're not in a position to really get enough of a perspective to see what's what. They've given us a binary. That binary is what I recognize as a pattern. I'm like, anytime I see a binary, it's always a third option. However, it don't seem like we flying through space at no 66 billion thousand squillion miles an hour. And NASA be lying. And it don't feel like it's moving. And it feels flat. So I'm kind of like in this open, it's probably more flat than round, but like maybe there's like an underside or an upper side, or like the magnetic aspect of it is circular, and that's also the Earth. So it's like you have to include that too. It's interdimensional. I don't know. I just know NASA be lying. And I believe that, you know how they tell us, before Galileo and modern science, we used to think the Earth was flat. Yeah, that was probably like 150 years ago, 200 years ago. I think all that Galileo and all that stuff comes in with the new Rockefeller introduction. And who knows if this dude was even real, or if he wasn't Saint Germain or some sort of like figure in the bigger context. Okay, boom. Next question. I've heard of 5G be referred to as the microwave, and how it can affect/impact those that took the juice. Thoughts. So you'll probably want to refer to the first half of this live and my previous two, but I will answer your question. Jolt 75. They lie about everything. Okay, so it is like microwave, but okay, so when you say your microwave, the second you say microwave, most people think microwave oven. Okay, but how does a microwave oven actually work? Does anybody know? I'll tell you. You put the number in, boop, 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 hit start. And in there is this giant magnetic coil. If anybody has an EMF reader, take that EMF reader, put it on magnet, and then start the microwave. You'll see it be like, and as soon as you hit start, it'll go, ring. The whole time the microwave's on. So it's using magnetism and electricity to induce a particular type of energy that we call microwave radiation. Do y'all remember? I'm going to draw this on the other side of this. I did this as a live, or not as a live, as like a, it's like way down on my page when it's talking about 5G. You'll see it's like blue and white text, and it's talking about 5G. I drew this out and I explain it more in detail. I'm gonna just draw it really quick just for people. Now, down here is wider band frequencies. That's your, all that stuff. And up here is your terahertz, your very high frequency stuff. Microwave is just a zone within this. Okay, so X-rays, gamma rays, delta rays, radio frequencies, microwave, right? Let's just hypothetically say microwave radiation. Should have written it backwards. It's somewhere in this zone. This is a very crude example of energy reflected on a sine wave. An impulse of electricity reflected on a sine wave, what we refer to as radiation. Depending on which category and how frequency or how the frequency is, it's just called different things. It's called X-rays, gamma rays, delta rays, radio frequency, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all that stuff is all along the spectrum. Microwave is just up in this zone. So when people talk about 5G and microwave, it's simply because the 5G, let's just go like this. 5G, as it relates, this is obviously backwards, but 5G is this somewhere between, I think I said it the other day, 300 megahertz to 600 gigahertz. Okay, so most of your 5G is still down here. When you're at 5G UC or UW, they call it ultra wideband, that's when your phone is actually using this to communicate. Now, Shocker, spoiler alert. The 5G is so weak, the higher you go, remember what I said? The weaker the signals get, the shorter they travel. These signals way up here, they don't travel that far. So the 5G is, the microwave rather, is just the upper edge of the 5G spec. This is what the IEEE defines as the 5th generation cellular protocol, 5G. And somewhere between 300 megahertz and 600 gigahertz is your millimeter wave. That means the waves are so, they're only a millimeter big in terms of the distance, the wavelength, the literal length of the wave. Your hertz, all this stuff down here, this stuff was like 17 miles for 1 hertz up and down. Your kilohertz, even up in here, that's your AM, FM radio. That stuff goes pretty far too. But your microwave is up here. So when people talk about microwave and the impact of those, we've been talking this whole time about this wide body area network, this WBAN and this biofield, because your biofield is this electric antenna that is being presently hijacked to be used in data telemetry. And the biofield is magnetic. It's electric. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. You can feel it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Y'all get it. But this electric field around you is being manipulated with magnetic and microwave frequencies that, can serve up some cell phone data, but they can also interact directly with you. Now, this is without the doing, doing, doing. However, we talked a little bit earlier. The Internet of Bodies, according to the Department of Defense, went live in 1995. 2005, it was open for business. Would you like to Stepford your wife, so you can get a remote and hit a button and tell her to shut the up? Well, step on right up. You could do that. And they put the movie Stepford Wives out to kind of basically tell you could do that. When people talk about MK Ultra and they talk about enslavement in the entertainment and politics industry, this is how this works. They are literally enslaving these people by, usually putting chips in their brain. I told people the story before when I did a music video for BOB. This was 2013, I think I did this video. He was very adamant. He was like, you got to put Photoshop. I want you to put a microchip in my head. What? I want you to superimpose a microchip in my head. Like, all right, B.O.B., you sure? That seems a bit weird. No, you got to do it. And he didn't tell why. Now, if anybody's been following B.O.B.'s work, you understand he was on to this stuff 10 years for the rest of us. But, the celebrities, they'll just stick some technology in them and then shut up, say this, don't say nothing. Kanye called it clone-yay. They just duplicate you and hit you with the button, and you just smile and say, do your little thing, do your little Al Roker where you leave room for the Holy Ghost. Y'all saw the video of Al Roker. All of this is somebody leaned on his button. He went, I'm just being slightly facetious, but that's essentially how they do what they do. So 1995, it went live. 2005, it went commercial. 2012, it went global. And 2017, it went, it just cranked up to a new pervasive level. And if you ask me, 2020, and then the following intervention, because I never forget December of 2020, watching Donald Trump, who was still president at the time, be like, we have the military guarding the safe houses. This wasn't even December. This was like September, before it was officially FDA authorized. We've been working on this thing. It took us 9 months. We got us a working thing. And he straight up said it on TV. I wish I could pull the clip up. We've got the military guarding vials of this stuff. So, batches that are ready for deployment within 24 hours. Now, that's ridiculous. Clearly that didn't happen. But the fact that he would even say it is almost like a Freudian slip of the tongue, because how you gonna have the military guarding warehouses with vials and batches of this stuff and the formula ain't approved yet? He was kind of showing y'all, oh no, we just gonna hit the button and them things gonna assemble and that's the formula. But I believe that this was always the plan, right? Because 2020 and 2021 was about introducing the doink, doink, doinks so that that Internet of Bodies can get a broadband upgrade. It can go from dial up to click and download broadband, meaning the Biofield is the main antenna. Everybody has one, even if you didn't get one of these. But those people who did get one of these have simply been upgraded to the new level, the new operating system, the new multiple input, multiple output, MIMO style. MIMO, they call it MIMO. IO-based Internet OB. IO-based IOB. How about that for an acronym? Internet of Bodies with faster IO. And the microwave edition of that spectrum is what's halfway responsible for controlling that. It's not 5G exclusive because there's plenty of clandestine technologies that control this that aren't a part of the 5G spec. I think they go higher than 600 gigahertz or that go lower than 300 megahertz. I also think that the way that they've allotted the 5G spectrum for Verizon and for T-Mobile leaves a lot of gaps in the in-between for some other stuff to be happening. I believe that 6G is actually just 5G plus some extra air particulates that can be manipulated in a particular way. So it's not as simple as just saying 5G, but yes, kinda, because it's very much like electromagnetic manipulation meets intra-body manipulation, or like bioinformatics, meaning not just with the injection, but just with the body IO in general and what's been laced and placed in us prior to COVID. We're in a whole new era, y'all. We ain't in Kansas anymore. I can at least say that. And yes, ZJ Zoe, I'm gonna make sure to post this from the start. Okay, let's see. A few more questions. Holy smokes. Okay, I got all the answered ones. I'm gonna start from the bottom and go up. I'm gonna try to get to the questions a bit quicker. Easiest book to read to understand the biofield. I would start with The Invisible Rainbow by Arthur Furstenberg. I don't have a tremendously long list regarding biofield specific books, but I can give you an individual who doesn't post on YouTube, but does post a lot on Odyssey. It's like a Rumble BitChute type thing. And you will find more information to read and more information on the biofield on this channel. I will, well, I don't want to mess the comments up, so I'll log in on my other phone, log in on my other name, and then post the name of that channel. So what I would do is go to what you're about to see me type on this other phone, and I would type in, let me turn the volume down. Go to Odyssey. If you're on a phone, I would highly recommend downloading the Odyssey app and not using the website. But either way, Odyssey app or website, and look up Psinergy. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna pin comment. Okay, boom. All right. So that individual on, I misspelled Odyssey, Odyssee, but y'all can find it. You will find more information than you know what to shake a stick at relating to what's happening with your biofield on that channel. We're talking white papers, DOD papers, books, articles, links, professors, college textbooks, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of what I feel is I absolutely love this lady's channel. I laugh at I laugh at her because I think she's funny and entertaining. I don't laugh in a mocking way. I actually chuckle a lot because I just think she's a breath of fresh air to me, because I have learned that the truth often exists in the most rough around the edges presentations. And I love her slightly rough around the edges, but totally knows exactly what she's talking about presentation, because I love that if you don't have the stomach for it, you can call it crazy. And she's like, oh yeah, now go ahead, call me crazy. But ask, like, check my math. And when you check her math, you'd be like, holy smokes. And for me, because I had a computer science background, when I did start really diving into her work, I was kind of like, okay, half the stuff this lady says makes perfect sense because I understand that. I was never a networking specialist, but I understand our internet protocol and TCP/IP and some of the basics of it. This is an individual who's responsible for installing the internet in the state of Wisconsin at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater at the time. And so for her, she says what turned the corners when she started seeing the DoD talk about some of the stuff that she knew based on her previous job description and based on what her parents used to do. And it was just one of these, like I'm listening, somebody sent me her stuff, multiple people had sent me her stuff, and I'm like, okay, who is this lady? I'll listen. And as I'm listening, I'm going, y'all, I think she's right. I think this is exactly what's up, because y'all might not understand what she's saying about the nerd stuff, but I do. And I know that's exactly how the internet works. So if she's saying that all of this is just bio-pluggable, like the half that I didn't get was the bio part, but the other half, the tech part, I understood. And if you're telling me that the pharma industry and the food industry has been responsible for getting the biosensors in us, and these biosensors are what allow this data to go in and out in this fashion, so that your mitochondria can be hijacked to be used for processing Amazon Web Service data. That's crazy. That's the craziest thing I ever heard. This was over a year ago, and I probably watched 400 of her presentations since. I just dove into it. Tia gets it. The only reason I'm not saying the lady's name is because it's like saying a cuss word in a church. The censors are going to flag it, and I just don't want that to happen. But I promise you, if you know Tia, this Tia underscore, she just alluded, you can type it. I just don't want to say it because it's not that I don't respect her. I've spoken with her loosely. I've asked her questions. She's the one who I said, hey, what was in your opinion, what was COVID again? She's like, oh, COVID was a load balancer. She made 2 whole videos specifically about my question. Then, of course, those videos got deleted, but you know your boy had to save them and download them before they did. So, yeah, Shonda talks about this. Yeah, Shonda is awesome. I talk with Shonda all the time. She's great. So yeah, I don't have a ton of books, but I do recommend the book, The Invisible Rainbow, because what it starts to talk about is the electromagnetic spectrum in general. So understanding that is kind of a great first step. Then going into specifics about the biofield and how it works and how it's being manipulated is a great next step, because you at least get the bigger electromagnetic conversation that's happening around all of us. Ooh, this is a good one. You didn't put it in the question box, but I'm going to just ask it because I saw it. The role of smart watches in the IoT and WBAN. So the lady at that pinned channel will talk ad nauseum about wearables and bootstrapping, and that's where smartwatches come in. You see, I'm not wearing an Apple Watch. When you look at the underside of an Apple Watch, what do you see? The part that touches your skin. 4 little dots. Those dots help with the pulse oximeter, how it can tell your pulse and your blood oxygen is the same way. Do I have my other pulse ox up here? It used to be sitting right up here on my desk. Oh gosh. All my electrons are just hopping off and running wherever. I don't know where that thing is now. But the pulse oximeter is a machine that will tell you how much SpO2, how much oxygen is in your blood. And it's using a very similar, you just put it on your finger essentially, and you put it on to tell you your pulse and your oxygen, but it's sending light through your body, and that light is bouncing off the other side of the machine and coming back. The Apple Watch is doing the same thing. Fitbits were doing it before. Pacemakers were doing it before that. So I'm not saying to everyone, go throw your Apple Watch in the trash, but what I am saying is that the Apple Watch is an iteration of what the Fitbit was and what the wearables were and what all of this smart body wearable was, to begin to build out the system that is coming online now. I don't wear them, but again, I'm not saying you're like doomed if you've got an Apple Watch. I'm just saying it was one of the things that I decided to kind of not mitigate or to kind of like just like when I learned basically the trick that was happening in the tech industry, I said, all right, Chris, I know you love technology, but at some point you're going to have to break up with it. So draw the line and don't cross it. Like draw the line at where you want to go. And I've drawn the line for me at the Touch ID. So yes, I use Touch ID, but I do not use Face ID. I still use a password on my newer phone. It's just where I've drawn the line. I said, you know, Apple Watch would be nice, but I just don't want to get used to the convenience because I see where it's headed. So I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad who does wear an Apple Watch or any other sort of smartwatch or Fitbit or anything like that. I'm just saying the stuff is headed in this direction, right? So at some point, if you see that there's a cliff edge called singularity or whatever, and you want to go back to the woods with all the hippies and people that's hanging over there, it's going to be harder and harder to do that the more comfortable and used to life you are in this direction. So at some point, you're just going to have to decide, all right, I'm drawing the line here. Maybe you have an Apple Watch, but you draw the line at the Series 10 or whatever. You say, I'm not upgrading. I'm just going to like work myself backwards, try to go to a dumb watch. The watches I'll be looking at are some like nice billionaire looking watches, a Tourbillon, Jacob & Co. Tourbillon. I don't really want no smartwatch. I want a dumb watch. But that's just me. You know, I'm not here to, you know, don't like, for people who do use Face ID, don't trip, because the reason I don't is just because I just dug my heels in. It's not because Face ID is some soul snatching thing. The doggone phone is still blasting the Face ID like infrared signal out, even though I don't use the feature. I simply don't use it because I don't want the permission to be training my digital twin in that way. I don't want the convenience to get the better of me so that when I have to revert back, it's just that much harder. It's just a personal thing. It's not like I'm not still getting hit with the same EMF. It's not like I feel like, oh, you got Face ID and now you're doomed to hell. I don't think that. I just know that at some point, you're going to have to be willing to say, I'm good on the technology with what I got, and I'd rather go less integrated than more integrated. And it's going to be harder to do that the more into the techno smart world that you are. So please don't take this as me like smashing Face ID or anything like that. That's just my personal choice. I use Touch ID. I just don't use Face ID. You can argue that that's the same thing, and it kind of basically is. I just knew, all right, Touch ID, that's where I'm drawing the line. That was just for me. So there are some ways to begin to start to learn this stuff, but it's kind of, you know, it can be a lot. Okay, this is a good one. Is there a connection between Bitcoin and all this being run through the bodies? If you ask me, Juniper honey, yes, honey, there is. And it has everything to do with data mining and encryption. So the biggest challenge with Bitcoin and all cryptocurrencies is the sheer amount of computing power it takes to mine data. To mine a particular cryptocurrency, I won't get super nerdy, but the whole concept of crypto is that it's secure because it uses a very secure form of encryption. And the algorithm and computing needed to both encode and establish that encryption and decode that encryption is quite high. I mean, it's not like a lot, but it's a lot when you consider that billions of these transactions have to happen every 10 minutes. So everybody who I've ever spoken to in the mining space or crypto mining space will all tell you, like, if you got enough money, you can get in. It's a lucrative market, but it's like, it's almost like you can't buy enough computers to mine enough crypto. I've heard that they want to get the PlayStation network and the Xbox Live network involved in mining your crypto while your PlayStation is just sitting there idling while you sleep. But the PlayStation is technically just in sleep mode, but it's still connected to the internet, but it's mining the crypto in the background. I've heard that, I don't know if it's AMD or NVIDIA, I forget which one, but one of the two major graphics card companies has a contract to help do the same thing. I don't know if it's in the gaming consoles or in computers or in both. I don't know. I just know it's a pretty big lift to mine cryptocurrency encryption. And if you ask me, the reason it's so inefficient is because they always knew it was never going to be about computers doing the mining, but people doing the mining. And this is where this iOB and this body connection between crypto comes through. Because if you ask me, once we're at the fruition of what they're trying to build, maybe that's 2030, maybe it's a little later, you will be basically mining your own encryption, and you'll be storing your own encryption key, and it will be secure because it's in your DNA. And it'll be crypto hashed or like NFT'd with your own, butt cheek, basically. And nobody, unless they slice your butt cheek off, will be able to replicate that. The body, I forget the number. I should probably go look this up, but it's something nuts, like 20 gigs or 20 terabytes per DNA strand or something crazy. Your body has a ton of storage. And they're just interested in using this in ways that your body's not designed to. So yes, it directly relates to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general, and the destabilization of the present system and the general decentralization of both money and the internet, even though it's still centralized on the ARPANET, let's not forget that. It's all about supporting this fake green initiative with this, oh, but you need to do your part in this carbon footprint, you see. You're going to need to take your part because the world is dying, you see. We're overpopulated or whatever. And because the world is dying because of your farts and these cows, you're going to need to actually take upon yourself to mine your own crypto and to process your own information. So that's kind of like the soft sell. And people will be like, I want to do my part. Nuts. And then they'll be, okay, great. Hit the button. Okay, now who knows how it'll look, but essentially yes, to answer your question. Boom. Tangibles probably will always trump false currencies, especially for people not in the smart cities. But if these smart cities really take off, I don't know, man. Like what good would a tangible precious metal do other than being able to be traded for some Bitcoin if you're fully in a smart city and have no need for physical gold anymore because the city's kind of taking care of that for you? That's a good question. I'm not sure. This is good. Okay, this person asked, Kyle Coots says, does the advancement in technology relate to the mark of the beast? People without the mark will be unable to access their bank accounts. Kyle, that's a great question. Perhaps it seems that way, doesn't it? This is what I always say about the mark of the beast, right? Because I grew up in a relatively Pentecostal, word of faith, leaning, charismatic-ish church, and boy, was every Sunday the end time. So we definitely talked a lot about the mark of the beast. But growing up, I remember being like, okay, let's investigate this mark of the beast. And when you really go and look in Revelation at what's considered the mark of the beast, it gives you like 3 attributes about it, and that's it. You get 3 clues. It causes every man, rich or poor, slave or free, to accept this mark, so that without it, you can't buy or sell. And it's by deception, everybody's convinced to get it. Those are the 3 clues that you get. It does not say you will be killed for not taking the mark. Revelation does speak about being killed for not worshiping the image of the beast, but it does not say that you'll be killed for not taking the mark. It says you won't be able to buy or sell. So, back in the 90s, people used to think this was a credit card. And then in the 2000s, they thought the card with the little chip in it was the chip card. And the RFID thing came around. To be honest, I don't know, because the 3 criteria are relatively vague enough that they could apply to many, many things. That being said, it sure does seem like it, don't it? I mean, it don't. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if every man cannot buy or sell, then you have to ask yourself, like, was it speaking empirically or like allegorically, meaning Was it like literally every man can't buy or sell, or just in theme in a thematic way? If the city and the culture moves in this way, you can't buy or sell. Now you can go outside of the culture into the wadi, into the forest, the woods, the desert, and out in the wadi, the desert, you can do whatever. You can trade and barter, whatever. But that's like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But to answer your question, it kind of seems like it, don't you think? I mean, it kind of seems like it. I just don't know. I've just left that quite open because anything could apply to those three criteria. So it's hard to really, hard to really know. I like this question. Somebody said, Chris, L or I or Ordgord. Chris, how many people in Hollywood don't share their truth that are torn and want to? Probably more than you realize. I think this is what I can say. Hollywood, I had 10 years there. I had a great time. I met my wife there. I have a lot of good friends that I met there. Hollywood is home to some of what I would consider the smartest people and the most talented people on earth, the most creative people on earth. Why? Because nobody really bothers living in what arguably might be the hardest place to live in America, financially speaking, if they don't have a really compellingly good reason to move out there. So whatever high school or college you went to, wherever city you live in, I want you to think of the coolest, most funny, good-looking, entertaining people in that high school. And imagine that this is a city full of all of those people from all the high schools around the world, all the valedictorian, salutatorian, class clown, all them, the athletes, star quarterback, all them. They all in LA. There's a percentage of them that are vanity-driven, self-driven. There's a percentage of them that are art-driven. They're just focused on being the best at their craft, whether it's acting, entertaining, directing, writing, sports, whatever. And then there's a percentage of them that are just geniuses to the point of knowing that they can excel, but they simply are good people. They're not rotten. So what happens is it's a city where, at least in the industry that I work in, the entertainment industry, you learn pretty quick what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say. The concept of blackballing and being blackballed is a thing. I've never been blackballed, but I didn't know a lot of what I know now at the time. And if I had have been speaking like this 10 years ago, I might have been. But I think that there are a lot of people who know a whole lot, who just know, I can't say anything. I can't. Like, what am I, I can't. So it's kind of just, it's hard to say to what percentage that is, but I do think a lot of people know the truth, or at least some of it, and they want to share it. They just have agents, managers, a career, a social circle, and just like, almost half their fans are like, just shut up, don't tell me anything like that, just be funny. Like, I'm following you for the humor. I don't want you to get deep on me. So they kind of just talk amongst themselves, so to speak. Somebody said, is there technology to hack a soul? I think so. I honestly do. Oh, I'll answer this other person's second follow-up question. Is it impossible for an actor to be a real helper in the know? Like, says something real or poses real questions, like a maverick? Yes, but often with a tremendous amount of blowback. Take Mel Gibson around Passion of the Christ, or just before it, or Isaac Cappy, or Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, or to a degree, Roseanne Barr lately, or I don't like saying, I'll say Cat Williams just because everybody's familiar with him, but like, Roseanne, she probably speaks out the most of anybody, and even Roseanne's got to kind of like dance around what she doesn't want to get in trouble for. Nick Cannon popped off out the mouth. He said some stuff, got in trouble. Kanye, Lord knows, he's got plenty of trouble for what he said. I think that they know the corruption exists. They just, like, the corruption goes so deep, you hit a point where you're like, Well, there's no authority I can go to because all the cops and police chiefs and the hierarchy is in on it. So who are you going to tell? If the guy who you would go to tell, his boss is in on it, what you going to do? So I think you just kind of like, nobody comes to Hollywood knowing this stuff. You kind of like learn it. And then if you're greedy and you're selfishly driven, you just go, la, 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 I don't want to see you. I just want to get this money. If you're a morally sound person, you go, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm out. This is, to be honest, where a lot of your one-hit wonders come from. But I think a lot of people just don't know what they don't know. And then they eventually get caught up in some situation where they learn and they're either like, I want out. Or they're like, I better not say anything and just eat my bread quietly and just hope I can get this money. Or the smaller percentage, they're like, I like the darkness, and they dive into it. Those are the people that are really rotten to the core. But I don't believe that most people in LA are rotten to the core. I think that half of them are greedy and vain, and 40% of them are actually amazingly talented, very moral people from wherever they are in the world. And about 10% of them are pretty evil and rotten. That's just my general hunch. This live is about to end, so I can't accept any requests. Plus, it's like almost 4 a.m. for me. But we will talk. I promise you, Atma. We will. Because I've been following you for a minute. And I like what you got to say. Okay, boom. This other person asked a question, Kyler. Does lead-based paint offer protection against EMF exposure? I think so. And to be honest, I think that's why they vilify and made it illegal to have lead-based paint, is because it doesn't allow them to penetrate you in your home as easily. Now, sure, it's also somewhat carcinogen, but I've talked to painters more recently and they're like, listen, if you paint some lead paint and then you prime it on top of that and you put some non-lead paint on top of the primer, you probably won't have any sort of accidents where your kid goes and licks a wall and gets lead poisoning, and you probably have a tremendous amount of EMF protection. I mean, granted, your cell phone won't work in your house either, so there's that, nor your Wi-Fi. But this is part of the reason why I think that they outlawed lead paint. It's also part of the reason they outlawed incandescent light bulbs and everything's LED now, because the optogenetic networks, that's really what's moving everything that's not nanotechnology based. So earlier when we were talking about Biofield and the WBAN, I mentioned somebody asked about detoxing the nano. That's a decent chunk of what's going on, but the nano is not the only thing. The optogenetic networks, that means using the light to pulse signals at a certain rate that your eye perceives and that the biomarkers in your body can communicate literally via your eyes. If you ask me why you go to a Walmart, Kmart, look around and everybody's basically got glasses or contacts or had LASIK eye surgery, it's because they've been using optogenetics on people for doggone 20, 30, 40 years. And our eyeballs are suffering as a result of it. Oh, they'll tell you played too many video games, but not everybody was playing video games that's in here wearing these glasses. Half of these people is older than the Atari itself. So I do believe that we're looking at an optogenetic network system that the lead paint would have no sort of protection, because the EMFs are electromagnetics, not light-based. They are magnetic-based. So this is why I say it's scalar, because it's both EMF and nano and optogenetic and epigenetic and magnetogenetic and all these other systems operating kind of in conjunction with one another, more or less. Okay, next, I'm trying to make sure I can get through all these before it cuts me off at the 4-hour mark. Okay, we'll answer. I like when same person asks multiple questions, because I can kind of nail them in a row. Will future generations evolve and adapt to these high levels of radiation? To be honest, probably. Yes, honestly, probably. Unfortunately, but honestly, well, I mean, you could say unfortunately from one angle, but then fortunately from a different angle. Humans are incredibly adaptable. They are incredibly adaptable. So I cannot imagine that people will not. I can't imagine that people haven't already started to adapt to them. When people start talking about Morgellons, y'all remember that? Morgellons disease? That is an adaptation to what's going on. It's like you're exuding it out your skin, but your body's having to kind of like adjust to to the new assault. So we're already basically starting to adapt. And I think that the reason they want these designer neurons and designer kids and CRISPR kids and all this is so that they can engineer essentially EMF resistant or detox resistant people. I mean, would I be the first person to mention the concept of creating a superhuman race or like the Uberman or some sort of like super soldier or some sort of like superior bloodline? Of course, we've heard of this going back cycles and cycles all the way back to Plato and Aristotle and Socrates and all them. They was talking about the perfect races at the time. So I think that they're trying to do that. Ask Elon Musk if they're going to adapt. Elon's like, oh, you mean my son, X-2? Well, maybe he's already adapted. He's on version 5.0. Basically. Okay. Next question. Okay, this person says, any thought on the correlation between the current astrology theme of truth being unveiled and what is currently collectively happening? Yes, that's actually a great question. I do think that there is a correlation. I'm not a particularly huge fan or interest in astrology. However, I recognize what it represents and how it represents these different classes and different systems within the stars, and how I do believe that the stars give us this map to tell us where we are in both the year, times, and in seasons. And the star that, the zodiac that we're entering, this whole like age of Aquarius, I guess it is, I think is both being leaned into and representative of change and growth. So because I'm not a super duper expert on the astrological zodiac in general, I can't speak that directly to it, but I can say I do think that there's a correlation, because I kind of have settled, and I've talked to some close friends of mine who've kind of helped me hop this hurdle. But I've kind of settled on this idea that we are in these cycles. I don't call them zodiac cycles. I just think that the zodiac is reflective of the cycles, just like the sun and moon are, just like the history is. So it's not like it is the zodiac, it's that they all are speaking to the same thing. And I do see this kind of cyclical pattern in things. And so as the zodiac clock turns, so does the cycle. You see what I'm saying? So again, I can't speak too much in detail about it, but I do see the correlation. Absolutely, for sure. Okay, this person asked, Tamara T says, Aboriginal people from Australia maybe worked a lot with their biofields. Where do you think they fit with the Tartarian timeline? I think that they're part of the Tartarian timeline. That's the thing. I think that the Tartarian timeline, and I'll show you this little map again. The Tartars and the Moors coexisting in this nebulous time period around here. Then a whitewashing of what we're told happens, but in reverse. This is what we're told is medieval. So all of this is really Tartarian and Moorish. The two are coexisting. One hails from North America, one hails from like the Russia, North Russia kind of area, but they're coexisting at the same time. When this little reset happens, whatever that went on somewhere in the early mid 1800s, the displacement happened. And that's where we get what we now refer to as Aboriginals from both Australia. We talked earlier about the Swedish Aboriginals. We mentioned briefly about the Alaskan Aboriginals, the Native Americans, the tribal Americans. If you hadn't kept the first half of this conversation, I am a person who firmly believes that most Black people in America are actually aboriginal to North America. They were not moved over here from the transatlantic slave trade. Ask me how you're supposed to sit 3 months on a boat with a whole bunch of other dusty niggas and then not die somehow and then be sold for some sort of profit after it's just like none of it makes any sense when you really map it out. Plus, all of the ocean currents dictate where the ships at the time would have gone anyway, which means most of the slaves would have been sold, at least from the transatlantic slave trade, down in the Caribbean, Haiti, Dominican Republic, which is partially why them Haitians and Dominicans is darker than me. You see what I mean? And I think that most of the black folk today in America are Native American, native to this tribe. And that goes for the Australian landmass, obviously the African landmass, the Indian landmass, not necessarily the European one, but essentially everything that's down near the equator, or a little, I should say, closer to the equator. So anytime you hear Eskimo, Inuit, Aboriginal, Native, I believe that all of those are different nicknames to hide Moor and Tartar. Personally, I have more relatives that have been like, yo, we got some Cherokee up in us. We got some Chickasaw, some Choctaw, all these different tribes from North Carolina, right where I am. And ain't a stitch of people other than myself for a documentary I was working on at the time been to Africa. I've been to Uganda. I've been to Ethiopia briefly. I think I've been to Egypt. That's in Africa. But I'm the only one I know in my family that's been to Africa. Everybody else is Indian based, Native American. They say Indian because we was called Indian. But again, imagine how not only are the phenotypes of Indians and Native Americans similar, or no, I should say black folk in America be the same general hue and melanin color as half these folk from India. But Christopher Columbus was on some BS if he really thought this was the West Indies. It's all just been a big remix. They know this wasn't no doggone West Indies. They just lied to you with some 1492 Columbus of the ocean blue. It wasn't about that. They want you to think he saw a bunch of random sparsely populated natives. No, there was tribes all up and down. I mean, you're right. Tribes don't matter. We all have one creator, but labels don't matter. We have one creator. But I would argue that labels do matter when we're trying to understand our acute history. So if my great grandma went by the name, a tribal name, and she was mislabeled as a Negro, that matters to me. Now, I agree we all have one creator, but as far as I'm trying to get the lock on my own life, labels are really, really helpful. So I agree with your point to a degree, because in a general sense, we all are created by a beautiful creator. And so in terms of value, it doesn't matter. But in terms of my own personal ancestry and figuring out what the heck I am and what matters, I mean, just because imagine if you're not a black American, maybe this doesn't hit as home as much as it does to me. But if I've been told my whole life that my ancestral roots have nothing to do with this location, and that everything was about subjugation and enslavement, and then I come and somebody says, you got roots here, buddy, and your family was actually free in the middle of what they tell you was the height of slavery, that matters to me, because that is like, what? I have what, right? If somebody wants to tell me that my ancestry on the native side might even connect back to some of these original Hebrew tribes, that matters, because now all of a sudden I look at this book and it's talking about 12 tribes of Israel, and only one of them was Judah, right? Whereas Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, Benjamin, Ephraim, Manasseh. Where's all the other tribes of the Hebrew cultures that aren't Judah? I believe a lot of those are your natives and your aboriginals. So when the Most High is speaking about the people of Israel, please believe that he is not speaking exclusively of Judah in its restored. I'm not here to ruffle no feathers on that subject, but let's just be nice and let's just assume that all of Judah returned, even though I don't think that's the case, but let's just pretend, let's just button it right on up. Even if all of Judah was sitting over there trying to protect the West Bank right now, it still doesn't account for Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, or Benjamin, the other 11 tribes that make up Israel, the person whose name was Jacob, whose name was changed to Yasharal, that we transliterate into the word Israel. So I'm not making this a religious twist. I'm just saying I think There's a reason they picked two Crayola colors out the box, white and black, to start relabeling everybody, because it matters to what books and texts they read, what cultures they identify with. That's hopping way back. But even if we don't hop as far back as that leap, and we're just talking about Moorish Tartarian labels, that's more tangible than just a Crayola color that apparently came from Africa, but nobody I know had none of that. It's all some Indian stuff, Native American stuff going on. So in that regard, that's kind of where I think that the Aboriginals fit in. Somebody asked, am I going to save this live? Absolutely. Totally. Somebody said, part 2 to Giants. The old world was very mystical. Oh, this is the same person as the other question. Part 2 to the Giants. The old world was very mystical, but since there's nothing new under the sun, do you think aliens will be integrated into our collective something? I think I got your question. I'm glad somebody asked the alien question. So, yes. In a short answer, yes. But the first thing you have to understand about why I answered the word yes is that I don't believe that aliens are extraterrestrials in the classic Hollywood sense. The classic Hollywood sense, they come from some other planet on a ship through the Van Allen belt with greater technology than we've ever had. All of that, I think, is some Hollywood. Terrestrial, is land-based. So if I think that there are terrestrials, if I think that this, like for example, we're talking about the internet, right? There's a concept in networking called terrestrial internet service. Okay, terrestrial. Now, speaking of land-based internet, that same internet I was describing at the beginning of this live that goes through the physical backbone, through the DNS server, up through the regional relay, down to the glass that Google and Oracle and, different military contractors have essentially physically laid under the ground and under the ocean. That is the terrestrial internet. Do I think that there's some extra terrestrial going on? Yes, because I think that they be lying. Where is Atlantis? Where is Lemuria? Where is all these lands and islands and places that they don't tell us about? What's really going on down in Antarctica? These are all extra terra. Now, again, you hit aliens, see the emoji come up. I believe that that is a biological creation, synthetic life that is infused with AI or demons or some borrowed soul from the person who asked, do you think that they can manipulate and snatch or hijack souls? Do they have the technology? Yes, I've been told the doggone thing is the size of an iron. I don't have my iron up here, but it's like a clothing iron. Stick it on your back. So where your soul is located is underneath your lungs at the base of your spine. It's considered the most insulated part of your body. And it's kind of what contributes to when your heart sinks. Like when you break up with someone or when you get your feelings hurt and you feel that sinking your heart, that's your physical soul adjusting and you physically feel it. When you're nervous and your stomach's upset, it's your soul moving around and you physically feel it. I can't prove this, but I have been told it weighs 22 grams and it's located at the base of your spine. And with a device the size of a clothing iron, they can stick it on your back and pull it out of your body and stick it in something else, pull it out and stick it back. Stick it on a shelf, park you in it. I don't know if this applies to people who have the protection of the Most High around them. I honestly don't know, but this is what I have been told, and I was told this by people who were not flinching or blinking when they told me. Okay, they was serious as grits. So, yes, I believe aliens will be coming into play, but I believe it's all a large psyop. Take the word aliens, everything we've seen on TV, movies, the emojis, all of the above. If I had to line up 100 different aliens, I would say 30% of it is spirits of different forms taking manifestation in this dimension. Because I fully believe we are spirit beings living a physical existence, and there are other, righteous or not, spirit beings trying to live a physical existence. It's essentially the concept of what a demon is, a spirit being without a physical existence. So do I believe that they are going to be psyoping people with merging all this together so that nobody really knows what's what? Yes. And I believe they're going to do this to kind of grease the wheels for what they have coming next. Alien technology, Elon sending his Tesla to Mars, all that good stuff. I got my 2-minute warning. So yes, I think that they will be integrated into our collective. I think it'll be a lot. I think they're going to just be augmenting humans and making you look like a doggone gray alien and rolling out their little alien bots and what they call EBs, etherical biological entities. And people will just accept it for what Hollywood has programmed and primed them to do. Okay, when I'll try to answer Viv's question really quick. When they log in, as Sabrina suggests, what do you think they are changing? I think that they're observing. I think that they're changing out whatever they think that they can change to that will not be reversed. The God particle, I honestly don't think that they can really take your true willpower, but I think that they're trying. So they're probably like guessing half the time, but I think part of it is to create your digital twin. The other part of it is to make the internet most optimal. The other part of it is to see if they can permanently control you, because they can't permanently control you at the moment, but they're trying. I did get one other question from Bliss, but I don't have time for it. Plus, it's like he asked me my thoughts on a specific individual. If you're hearing me, JS is the initials. I don't trust the dude. I've met him. We're cordial, but I don't talk to him like that. I hadn't talked to him in quite a while. But anyway, I can say a lot more on that. But I'll suffice it to say I got 20 seconds before it's going to cut me off, and I don't want to lose this live. So I'll catch you guys next time. And yes, I'll save it. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you all. Don't be afraid, but definitely learn how to work that biofield, because they starting some stuff up in here, up in here. Woo-hoo. All right, you guys, we'll catch you next time. Thank you guys for watching. Drop a comment below. Tell me what you think. If you have any questions, I'll see if I can get to answering them for you. All right, have a good night.